compilation video with the defendant's voice.
Well, let me try it. Let me try opening it here, because at home it was there. I was able to.
Welcome
hear
to
the audio,
DLD After Dark,
the video
episode
was on.
102,
So
Kyle Rittenhouse trial live,
just
featuring
wait
John
for
Crump.
while I look at it. Hopefully it'll open.
Oh, you're well, what do you mean? I don't get. What about Richard Hughes? Flying Rich.
You're Flying Rich. We just added Dark's channel. You want to?
All right. Anything else?
I'm about to, I guess, forward an email that we just received a phone call from someone who supposedly spoke to a juror, spoke to someone who spoke to a juror. I don't think it's anything, but it's just for the. Just to
That's
be,
pretty. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry. Just to be transparent, when we get these communications, we are giving them to the court.
Excellent, and appreciate it. And we've gotten inundated, as would expect with the case with this degree of publicity, and
Yep.
wild things are said, and as long as you folks are aware of them and can deal with it, or ask me to deal with it to the extent that I'm able, we'll do it.
Yeah, I'm taking over Dark's channel.
I would hate to be someone who got caught doing some of this stuff. All right. Anything else?
I'm just going to go call Mr. Armstrong. I just want to verify.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you want for the.
All right. What the hell? What's up, Mac?
That's my Macintosh.
I'm wondering. It's like, I put the link out there. All right. Here's the. Okay, the stream is going on. They have the sound muted right now. What's up with you? Why do you have your Macintosh on?
So we can type, because I use my phone.
Oh, okay. So don't add it. I guess?
Don't add it. Yeah,
All
I
right.
just removed it.
All right, cool. Yeah, we are broadcasting to the DLD After Dark channel. Dark has asked me to co-host this, or guest host. I don't know, DLD After Dark 102. So yeah.
Hold on. What's our cut? I want to know what our cut is.
I don't know. Nah, he's a cool guy.
Is Dark a full-fledged member of the Black Swan Media family?
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay, so you're gonna stay in your usual place?
Why are they?
Bless you.
They only had like one mic open, and that was like the lawyer's mic, I think. They're just going through free trial stuff before they bring the jury in.
Who's Colonel Sanders?
Hey, I don't know.
One of the things.
First is yes, 21st. Okay. We have a guy coming on the 21st. That's a barbecue guy.
Oh, cool. Are we going to get a free barbecue? Because otherwise, he can't come on.
No, he makes like barbecue rub and stuff. He's but the dude's like legit operator.
Not Big Mo Cason.
No,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He's a legit like tier 1 special operations guy.
Uh-huh.
But now he runs a barbecue rub company.
Oh, cool.
And he has like flavors like Point Man, Agent Orange, and stuff like that. It's all military.
Uh-huh.
By the way, anyone who's a veteran out there, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
I know it's kind of cliche to say, but
Absolutely.
my great whatever grandfather was the general in charge of was a general in charge of the Battle of Bunker Hill.
Oh, wow.
Israel Putnam.
Hmm.
Right-hand man of the only George Washington.
Now, that always fascinated me. What qualified George Washington to be a general? What did he?
He had a lot of military experience,
Oh, okay.
French and
That's
Indian War, stuff like that.
okay.
And he showed up at the Continental Congress in a military uniform, so they figured, hey, he already has the uniform, so save us some money.
Oh, all right. I remember that story.
And that's true.
Yeah.
It was like, all right, well, he already had the uniform.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But wouldn't it have been a British uniform?
No, he had one commissioned.
Okay.
He had one made.
Oh, really? It's like just like my buddy Muammar Gaddafi. I love Muammar Gaddafi. He was the Michael Jackson of the Middle East. I just love the outfits.
Oh, and someone showed me that the prosecutor looks like the dude from Office Space, the guy that ran, the manager of the restaurant.
I saw that meme. Yeah.
Freaking hilarious, dude.
Yes.
He really does.
John, is it possible you only have one thumbs up? I see it shows on the screen on StreamYard one thumbs up. I know on my channel I got at least 3. Boom Outdoors! Hey, buddy. At the gym, you're retired. You're just supposed to be sitting back, hanging out. And since Boom Outdoors is a neighbor and is retired, he has not come and visited me. I'm a little ashamed that he's a friend and a neighbor.
Oh. I don't know, man. I wouldn't come visit you either.
Nah, yeah, John. You always came visit me, even when I was in New York. What are you talking about?
No, I would be over. I'd be hanging out. My wife would be pissed off. I'm going to Rich's.
Yeah. I'd probably go to your place because, never mind, I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Sometimes my wife watches my stream. I said that wrong. Sometimes she views my YouTube channel when she gets notification. All right, buddy. He says he's going to fix that. Very cool. And all right, so
keep on talking.
So Walter says he gave a thumbs up on John Crump's channel, or JC. I didn't realize your initials were JC. I don't know why. That's something I didn't put together.
Oh.
One of the things that I find interesting is I'm looking at the gallery in the courthouse, and there's almost nobody there. But it does appear that they're social distancing by 6 feet, so maybe they're limiting. Excuse me.
Yeah, they are limiting.
Okay, that makes sense then. So what we were talking about earlier, I was thinking that the prosecution was intentionally trying to get a mistrial by violating the judge's orders and the rules of evidence.
I mean, originally I was like, no, there's no way in hell they would do that. But then now I'm thinking, yeah, maybe they are.
And John countered yesterday saying that he thinks he's just trying to throw anything at the wall and see if something sticks. Because when the jury's out there and something comes out that shouldn't, that violates the rules of evidence, they say, oh, strike that from the record. The jury's instructed to disregard. But they heard it. You can't, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So that's what John was saying yesterday, and I thought that was pretty smart.
I mean, I don't know. I've been going back and forth. I was talking to.
How long will that take to move your cameras?
I was talking to a lawyer, and he basically said that he's like, yeah, no. He believes that they're trying to. He said that they might be doing that, but he was inclined to believe that they were trying for a mistrial. Then I talked to another lawyer who agreed with me.
All right, so now,
I don't know.
And I hate to bring my cousin Vinny in as my vast knowledge of court cases, but couldn't the judge hold these prosecutors in contempt?
Yes. Especially if they throw it on, if they try to cause a mistrial on purpose, and the judge realizes that, that's when they would dismiss it with prejudice.
Yeah.
Because, that would be something that that's like a penalty for doing it.
Yeah. So
I'm logging into Dark's
that's okay, man.
YouTube channel.
So one of the tactics would be, if the prosecution believes the case is so far gone that they're going to lose, but the tactic could be, if I throw it to a mistrial and the judge dismisses with prejudice, or I get a new trial, I got a 50-50 shot at taking another bite out of this apple and winning the case. But I think the evidence out there just is really in Kyle Rittenhouse's favor. But what I'm greatly disturbed about, so I'm going to talk around the video and Mark Dice's video from this morning. When you look at NSLSD, they distort the truth to such a degree, it's fantastic. It's not even as bad as CNN, where the field reporter is saying it's mostly peaceful and there's a burning building behind him. It's not even that subtle. They're saying that this bloodthirsty white supremacist 17-year-old crossed state lines with a big, long AR-15 with 30 rounds of ammunition to satisfy his bloodlust and shoot randomly into a crowd of people, killing 2 and injuring 1. I'm like, who saw this? This just by accidentally seeing the news, no logical, rational, sane person would come up with that narrative. And I was just shocked. So realistically, what you need to do is pull out Google Maps and look at where Antioch is and look at where Kenosha is. Antioch is like a mile from the border of Wisconsin. So we're talking Chicago, Wisconsin.
And his dad lived in Kenosha.
His dad lives in Kenosha. Kenosha is like the nearest big town. It's 20 minutes away. So when these commentators disingenuously say he crossed state lines, it's like you mean he went a mile? Yeah, that would be the same as me going to
the same people that says borders are just imaginary lines.
Yes. That's the same as me. I'm in Palm Beach County. I'm on the north edge of Palm Beach County. That's like the same as me as going downtown West Palm Beach.
Check out this shirt. The new GOA shirt. Almost fell. That would have sucked. I would have knocked my monitor over. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, so Jackson is saying whether we're talking about Full Metal Jacket ammo. I'm and again, I don't know if we talked about it on the air or we talked about it afterwards, but I'm not sure where they were going with FMJ versus Hollow Point.
Trying to confuse the judge, not the judge, the jury.
Yeah, well, the judge, when they said, Hollow Point ammo explodes, and the judge knew what Hollow Point ammo was, and the judge tamped that down. And one of the things that we talked about is, I think it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. was the way they were going to go. So if Kyle was shooting either soft tip or hollow point AR ammo, they would have said that he was looking to kill somebody because it was more lethal. But in the case that they're saying he had FMJ, the argument could be made that it was lethal to other people because an AR round will typically overpenetrate and pass through a body.
Yep. G-Webs, the expert witness should be first up today. It's the first one. It's the first one they are going to call up to the stand.
So I think the judge, so Boom Outdoors says he thinks the judge is a shooter. I think he's, knowledgeable. And, more than just a superficial way.
I see one of our, a member out there, I'm not sure a member of who, but Dean, there you go.
So
we're broadcasting so many different places now. I don't know.
So JP215 says, I love when the prosecutor made the comment, you drive around with armor in your car? What's wrong with that? I keep armor in my truck. And look, I have fire extinguishers. I wear a seatbelt. I have a first aid kit. I don't have armor. I think it's probably a good idea to buy some. Yeah, and I'm going to stop there because there's other things I think you should carry in a car, and that's up to you. I don't want to incriminate myself in any way or prejudice anything.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like I keep a condom in my pocket. I don't, but let's just say I do keep a condom in my pocket. What does that say? It's some form of protection.
So you're gonna bang.
But having a plate carrier, if you carry plates and a plate carrier in your car, are you looking for trouble? Does it mean you anticipate trouble? And then let's go, if you're going to be doing the lawyer crap, if I always carry a plate carrier.
All
right, here we go.
Ready for the jury.
The jury's coming in.
One more thing. I have now opened again the link that you sent me from the Washington Post, and it won't open now. I was doing better before. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Okay.
During a summer marked by protest.
Yeah, this looks like it's complete, so I'll take a look at it at the break. Okay. Get the jury down.
Yeah, John, the courtroom audio, can you turn that up?
That is, I mean, I wish I could say yes, but that's on their side.
Okay.
Maybe I can boost it here.
Is that Kyle's mom we just saw go through the frame?
Yeah, unfortunately, guys, with the audio, that is, I mean, it on our side we have it blasting as much as possible, but it's just, I mean, that's just on their end.
Okay, so Alan's asking us to turn our volume down. So I guess on his end, he can turn the volume up.
All right, yeah, that works. All right. So give me 1 second here.
Can we text the judge and ask him to speak up? Oh, the judge will speak up. I had to pull my earbuds out of my ears.
All right. Is this better? I mean, I think they might be having some issues with the actual mic. Right now, there's no sound at all. So, I mean, that's nothing that we can do because that's...
Good morning, everyone. And you're seated a little differently for convenience purposes. Some technical reasons have dictated this temporary change, and it makes no other difference in the case. And then I wanted to just observe that it's Veterans Day. And any veterans in the room, on the jury or anywhere else? Well, that's unusual not to have at least somebody in here. Oh, Dr. Black is, what branch? Army, sir. Okay, and I think we give a round of applause to the people who've served this country. Okay, so you may proceed.
Defense will call Dr. John Black to the witness stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Doctor, I'm going to hand you a series of documents and then ask you to testify and authenticate to them, please. First document I'd like you to look at is Defense Exhibit 140.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is the curriculum vitae of me, Annex A, that was tendered with my expert report.
And how long is that document?
43 pages, sir.
And does that include your life and professional experiences?
It includes the highlights of them, but yes, sir.
And what I want to get into is a little bit of your background as it applies to this case.
It sounds a little bit better.
Have you ever worked in a law enforcement capacity?
Yes, sir, I have.
How long?
Approximately 23 years.
Where?
Washington County, Oregon.
Is there a city around there that we...
It's the first county to the sort of, if you're looking at it, between the coast and Portland.
Okay. And what were your duties in that department?
My duties range from a lot of stuff. I started as a patrol officer. It'd be actually a deputy. From there, I was a corporal. I became a sergeant, again, in patrol or operations, what you commonly think about as patrolling. I was also a training sergeant. I then became a lieutenant, and there's 4 divisions in there: corrections, patrol, investigations, and support, sort of you think the way it operates. And then I was a lieutenant and in some cases acting commander, which is the person that oversees all the operations within those individual divisions. Additionally, I oversaw professional standards, which is the unit that oversees if things are done right, if things can become better, to include internal affairs. And then I was also the person that oversaw and designed the use of force program within that agency.
At any time in the employment in law enforcement, did you have an opportunity to work with videographic evidence?
Oh, absolutely. As a deputy coming up, we would commonly use video type of evidence in our investigations. I mean, think about robberies or anything else, and you have ATM video or similar type of things. When I oversaw such things in the jails are commonly monitored with cameras, and if there was allegations of complaints, and for a period of time as the jail operations lieutenant, I oversaw every allegation of a complaint. We would review evidence to include the video evidence that would have been the time frame for that. As I oversaw the detective division, detectives which oversaw sex crimes, homicides, car task force, fraud, you name it, it was underneath the detective division. Again, video evidence is pervasive. It's used throughout. And then we would have to make sure that the examination of such video evidence would withstand challenge in court, and more importantly, that we were doing it correctly. So I would commonly be, as the head of the unit on the big cases, make sure that sort of a quality control, I guess would be the best way to put it.
And in your military experience, did you have any occasion to work with videographic evidence?
Yes, sir. In the military, what the branch I was in, the service, the Army, my entire time was in what's called Special Operations. And because of that, I have several what they call military occupational specialties, or MOSs. One of the MOSs I have, I think the last count was about 7 of them. One of them is specifically about intelligence, just like you think about intelligence to gather information. As part of being an intelligence qualified officer, or non-commissioned officer, is we would routinely
Just want you to leave her.
look at surveillance video. We would use surveillance video to plan operations. We would covertly make sure video is happening, drone video. We used video in our how we operated. Body-worn cameras were with the military long before they were with police. And we would have to make sense of this video, or when it came in from another thing, you have intelligence units. There was an entire portion of that unit designed to focus on what's called IMINT, or imagery intelligence, IMINT, Manacor Report. And then so because of that, we routinely both used it, operated with it, similar type of things.
And in the intelligence capacity, did you analyze, enhance, and do things to video?
When required.
Okay. When it was,
When required.
and in the course of your profession, let me back up a second, I apologize. What was the highest rank you achieved in the military?
I retired from the military after 30 years with the rank of Sergeant Major, which, to put it lateral to other services, is an E9, or enlisted rank 9, which is, you have a command sergeant major, which I did as a, we'll call it a temporary duties, but I remained primarily an operations sergeant major, which is the highest non-commissioned rank in the military.
Now, in this case, I engaged you for several tasks, but one of those was video analysis, correct?
Video analysis is in support of understanding the event, yes.
Okay. And are you certified in the operation of any video programs that you used in this case?
Yes, I used a video program known as Input ACE, version 2.6.3. Input ACE is a program specifically designed to allow people without a lot of high-level skill, like high computer forensics or anything else, to examine video in such a way that when you examine it, you're not doing things to it, like altering it or anything else, that when you're looking at it, you can have some trust in what you do with it, that you're looking at the best that it can be with what it can provide. And within Input ACE, I'm certified at what they call both the operator level, and I'm also certified at the examiner level.
And what's the difference between an operator level and an examiner level?
So an operator level would, let's say, import videos, allow them to basically transfer with codecs or anything else. You could play them, maybe cut a couple pieces out, do these type of things. At an examiner level, you're actually doing, we'll call it manipulation. In other words, you're scaling it, you're looking at things, and so you have to have an understanding about how that happens. So, for example, there's certain ways, and I think you heard earlier in the testimony of Senior Examiner Armstrong, he used the word interpolation. So with interpolation, there's certain ways things get interpolated. Not really a word, but
Interpolated.
word for now. And so the thing is, if I don't understand those things, I can't have trust within what I'm working with to better understand the totality of the event and what I'm looking at.
Now, when you look at videographic evidence, is frames per second something that's important?
It's one of the things, yes, sir.
Tell the jury what frames per second means.
Yeah, I mean, it's frames per second. So when you look down on your phone and it's recording a video or something else like that, you might see something that it's 30 FPS, the shorthand for frames per second. What that's telling you is, imagine if you were to take 30 still shots and just keep taking them at approximately 0.033 seconds, 30 frames per second, just take 1 second divided by 30. It would take 30 of those pictures in a continuous stream to make the 1 second that you're looking at, 30 frames per second. 60 frames per second. 60 frames just means that rather than having 30 still shots, you got 60 still shots. It's still 1 second, still the same resolution, potentially, depending if you haven't changed anything else. You're just getting more just micro snapshots with each point in time.
Do all videos run at the same frame per second amount?
Oh, no, absolutely not. And for example, in the examiner certifications, one of the things you're looking for just to get a feel is you look at things like frames per second and resolution and the codecs that it's using and these type of things. For example, 30 frames per second is common, but also 24 frames per second is common for high definition video because it's a more universal type of things. Or I want to say 23.95 something or 6 something is used for what they call NTSC. N, November, Tango, Sierra, Charlie.
Opposed to PAL, which is in
Which
Europe.
is more of a European format like PAL. So the fact is,
Oh.
the short answer is the frame rates will vary depending on
There you go.
who's using what kind of camera.
Resolution is also a part of the analysis?
Zach Carr says percolate.
Resolution is part of understanding the video, yes.
And what is, how do you define resolution?
Yeah, it's defined a couple of different ways, but it really is talking about the same thing, and I think you heard it. Is it all right to refer to my notes?
Yes.
May I refer to my notes?
Sure.
So, for example, in earlier testimony by Senior Examiner Armstrong, the idea of what they were looking at when they were talking about one of the exhibits is 1920 by 844. So the question is, what does that mean? It means 1920 pixels across and 844 pixels high. So if you were to take each one of those things, and basically a pixel is the smallest element within that picture of a single color. It's just like a Lego block, that's all it is. So 1920 across, 844 high. Well, if I spread that out, and I think you guys, I apologize, but I'm just to the jury, imagine taking your phone and as you spread it out, you get those sort of sharp edges where it looks like you had to get a bunch of squares together. You're looking at the edges of where the pixels are. When those things begin to get smoothed out, a lot of times what that is, and the software does amazing stuff, is that software smoothing it out, or what's called interpolating it, enhancing it, clarifying it. There's other verbs given to it. But so resolution is actually very critical.
Now, when one tries to look at different videos, but syncing them up, what role does sound play?
Yeah, so one of the things that's kind of unique with when you have it like an MP4 file, a very common type of file, in a video format, there's a soundtrack to it. Well, when I try to store video, most people, most programs, we want to sort of compress it up because it takes a lot of space. So what a lot of programs do is they'll take a look at it and say, hey, you know what, those 30 frames per second, 3 or 4 of them are just really exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of those frames. So it's going to save me some space when I store it, right? But the audio track, which is completely separate, is not compressed. It's true against time. So what I do, and to understand and do the analysis, is I try to get as many different things, an audio track, take a look at the reports on what people perceive, take a look at the different videos, because remember, videos come from different perspectives. Sometimes we have them dead on, another person was to the left, and then what you do is you sort of put this all together to index it so you can get the best possible approximation of things like time and these type of things.
And is sound used to help sync up the videos?
Yes, sir.
And when you use sound, do you use a computer program to analyze that?
I do.
What is that?
It's actually Wavemaster Pro by NCH.
Okay. And when sound is analyzed, it puts together what would commonly be like a picture graph that's, excuse me, referred to as a waveform.
Yes.
And a waveform then allows you to see where the sound is for an event that's in the video, correct?
Well, it allows me to, so a waveform, if you've ever seen them, is those things that sort of have the big spikes in them and this type of stuff. A gunshot, for example. A gunshot has a loud percussive noise. I listen to the thing as it's playing. I see a big spike within the waveform. I can now mark that spike and say, that's the beginning of the gunshot. I listen some more, I watch the waveform shift, there's another spike. So what it allows me to do is it allows me to see a visual representation of sound, and now I don't have to be sort of hitting the space bar or using a stopwatch to hope I'm at or around the sound. I can actually mark that sound within it. It's the same if I look at it for 2 minutes or 20 minutes, the sound still occurs in the same place.
And you're using the frames per second, which is known, to determine the distance between shot one and shot two, so to speak.
Actually, what I'm doing is within the sound software, I know that the time between, let's just say, and let's use gunshots, shot one and shot two, whatever that might be, but 2 shots. We'll call them shot one and shot two. As they play in front of me, I can mark them. I see a finite time measurement. I can now, with an index point back in the video, I can go back to the video and say, oh look, there's the same place that that sound is occurring in the video frames. Well, now since I have a known time from the sound, I can then begin to take that known time and back it up to the other shot. Now, a quick point of clarification. Sound does not travel absolutely perfect. Shorthand is basically, for the time in this place, the distance of 1,100 feet, which is about where this event was occurring, it would take sound about a second to travel. So if you were standing in the middle of all this, it might be half a second this way or half a second that way. So you make allowances for that, but you have to understand that sound isn't an absolute determiner. That's why you have to take all this in total when you're thinking about it. But that's part of the way that you index.
Now, in the course of your engagement in this case, you prepared a report which was labeled a supplemental report, Exhibit 141, correct?
That is correct.
And then, because there was new videographic evidence found recently, you added to a supplemental, and that is Exhibit 141, correct?
Well, 141 is the supplemental, as at least what I have in my hand.
The preliminary is 139, and the sup is 141.
That is correct.
Okay, if I misspoke, I apologize. Yeah. And you also did a timesheet, which is Exhibit 142, correct?
Also correct.
Now, what I was looking from you was for the total time of events that happened on August 25th of 2020, beginning with what happened at Car Source 1, correct?
Part of the timings, that's my understanding, yes.
And I gave you what would be a known time where Kyle is on video stating friendly, friendly, friendly. And you synced that amongst other videos, correct?
You gave me a known location to look at. The time is estimated, and then what I did is using that as a start point, I actually found other places to sync, and I worked backwards to that time.
And when you synced up all the different, not all the different videos, but the videos that you used in this case, you were able to get them to sync to what level?
In the first point, the sync points that I primarily use as points of reference. So just think about something that can be seen in a bunch of different things. So the sync points that I used was the high arc of the bag being thrown. You can see the different shadows and everything else. So from a video point, I was able to find that in a lot of different places, and I use that as a sync point. The other things from an audio standpoint is the gunshots. Now the gunshots can move depending on how far the person is away that's recording that sound. And in these cases, it could be 150 feet is about 1/10 of a second or a little bit more. So between the different things, I would say I have confidence in the different timings here, plus or minus 1/10 of a second.
Now, and then I asked you to break down basically into several groups, but event number 1 starting with friendly, correct?
Yes, sir.
What
I'll
I
be
would
back one
refer
second.
to as the transition from event 1 to event 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then event number 2 from beginning to end.
With the beginning being from the first strike with what's been shown as a person with a rock-like object.
Okay, and then the end of event 2 would be defined as what?
The fourth shot by Kyle Rittenhouse.
And from the end of event 2 going on to end being what?
Are you asking the point in time
Yeah.
or the actual measurement?
The actual act that ended your calculation.
So from the fourth shot by Kyle Rittenhouse in event 2 until the point where he's seen in the video raising his hands, I refer to that simply as surrender to the police.
And you used, in your calculations of time and video, you used 6 different videos?
I looked at all of them. I narrowed it down to the ones that are most relevant so I could keep the timings consistent.
So what you're saying is there's 100, and I'm throwing out a number, but over 100 different videos. Those are the 7 that you used to calculate these times and values.
Those are the primary ones, and then I validated them with the other ones.
Okay. Now, let's get started with that. The start of event number 1, do you have that available?
Yes, as in, do you want me to show it by video?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, and understanding what this point is, this is from, if you can see on your screen, the parent file. This would be the point where friendly is heard within the soundtrack. And obviously we can play that as well. So.
Please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of the court's order.
This is all time.
I don't think that's a valid objection.
Let's do that. Please don't talk about this.
So it looks like they're asking the jury to leave, and the lawyers are going to speak with the judge at this point.
What's up, Mr. Bingham?
Your Honor, the court has signed an order that specifies the scope of Dr. Black's testimony. That order indicates that he is going to be allowed to testify to what is contained on paragraph 19 of his preliminary report dated July 31st, 2021, in subsection 3A1. That subsection reads,
Page of the report, counsel.
page 19, subsection 3A1. This pertains to the shots at Joseph Rosenbaum. That subsection reads, the 4 shots occur in approximately 1 second with the times in hundredths of a second of 0.26, 0.25, and 0.23 respectively between shots 1, 2, 3, and 4. The court has also ruled that the witness can testify as to the information contained on page 22 of his report in paragraph 4A and 4A1. That pertains to the timing of the shots in what counsel describes as the second event, where the defendant shoots at the unidentified individual, Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz. And there's some timing information there. I won't read it right now because it's a little bit longer. But the court's order is very specific, that those are the items he can testify about with regard to timing. There's another section of his report he can testify about that has to do with sense making, but right now he's being asked about timing. And we have a document which I guess is exhibit number 142 that was just presented to us this morning. It appears to have 31 different time entries on it. All of them, except for like 4 or 5 of them, are beyond the scope of the court's order. This document contains characterizations of behavior that this witness is not allowed to testify about.
I haven't seen the document.
Okay, so for example, he indicates with observation number 7.
Is there a copy? Go ahead, Mr. Rubin.
Observation number 7 is characterized by this witness as JR elevation change hyphen lunge decision point. What I'm interpreting that is Joseph Rosenbaum's elevation change lunge decision point. This witness is not, by the court's order, allowed to testify as to what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing or his intent or anything like that. This was the subject of our motion hearing, and the court has excluded that. There's other characterizations too. For example, the reference observation point number 15 and 16, referring to people striking the defendant. Number 19, striking the defendant. Number 22, striking the defendant. Number 25, the gun of Gage Grosskreutz pointed towards the defendant. These are all things that the preliminary report that this witness offered talked about, but now we have ruled, or we've agreed, and the court has ordered that he's not going to be talking about those things. So the scope of this document, 142, is well beyond the court's order. What he's being asked right now, and when I objected, is beyond the court's order. What he is characterizing in this Exhibit 142 in terms of his interpretation of what various people in the case were doing or what their intent was or anything like that is beyond the scope of the court's order. So my understanding from the court's order was he'd be able to say gunshot 1, 2, 3, and 4 to Rosenbaum happened in this amount of time. And then the second set of gunshots happened in this amount of time. And that's it, as far as the timing. The court's order was very specific as to that. So when we're talking about friendly, or throwing the bag or things like that, that's outside of that time frame.
I'm using demonstrative evidence to show how he reached these times. And it's all evidence that's already been testified to and admitted. Some of the evidence has been enhanced, just like the state enhanced the bag, some of the other photos. He's a licensed, trained video specialist. He has the background, and we're showing the jury what he used to get these values. And that shows how he did it and the reliability of doing it. And I'm not worried about what Mr. Binger's talking about, the comments or anything like that. That's a way that he found the times. And Your Honor, just time in relationship to video in this case is so important. Yesterday afternoon, Mr. Binger spent much time cross-examining my client regarding those approximately 30 frames from the BG on the scene. And that was approximately a tenth of a second. And he spread it out, and what we're trying to do is show through video the true events of that night. And I believe it is with the court's order, because basically what we're looking at is an event, and the state can quibble with my time of when I started the event. They might say it's back 5-10 seconds before or whatever, but the total time of the event from friendly until he surrenders at the police car, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The jury should know that. The events of each of the sub-events, the total time, the jury should know that. What happened between the two events, the jury should know that. They've been shown videos already of that.
Well,
If I may respond briefly.
yes, sir.
First of all, what counsel has just mentioned in terms of the overall timing is something he's free to play video and argue. The question is what this expert witness can testify to. The court has ordered specifically what he can and cannot testify to. Your order is one of limitation. It specifies the limits of what he can testify to. It's a fundamental notice issue, Your Honor. In his preliminary report, he didn't have information regarding the timing from friendly. That was a report from 3 months ago. We were not put on notice that there would be this testimony through this witness as to the timing of from the very beginning of all this to the very end. This Exhibit 142 is the first document we've received, and it was received today.
It was provided yesterday.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
It is the first document we've received from the defense pertaining to this witness with regard to the timing of the entire evening. It is beyond the court's order. We have not received proper notice as to this subject. I have no problem having this witness testify to observations 8, 9, 10, and 11. That is the exact scope of the court's order. Shot 1, shot 2, shot 3, shot 4. I have no problem with him testifying as to items, observations 20, 21, 23, and 26. Those are the 4 shots in the second incident with Grosskreutz, Huber, and the unknown assailant. That's exactly what this court limited him to. Those 8 observations on this sheet of paper. Everything else on this exhibit, which we just received, is beyond the scope of the court's order. We've not been provided notice of it. It wasn't in his original preliminary report. It is being sprung on us in the middle of trial. The court has ordered on this. We had a hearing on this. The court gave the defense opportunity to put us on notice of these things.
The defense
We talked about
seems
these
kind of
limitations. There was an
frustrated
agreement
by
among
this
the
guy.
I think this is a minimal point. I don't think
which led to your order.
he's really making a big deal out of just some procedural stuff. I don't think it's going to affect the case one way or another. What he calls the time points that he
FBI
marked
video
out.
didn't come around until about 2 weeks before trial. The drone video didn't come back until during trial. And most of this work has been done over the last 2 days to catch up to those exhibits. I provided this exhibit yesterday afternoon when it was first provided. The only change to it is and was a typo, which actually inures to the state's benefit by adding approximately 9 seconds.
I quibble with counsel. The FBI video was made available to counsel over 3 months ago.
That is
I don't want to, you know what, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it. It's been argued about before, and then we laid it aside, and at this point, I don't think I want to get into that because it isn't going to be helpful to resolution of the issues that we're after in the case. And I'm looking for the order. What was the date of that order?
I think it was November 2nd, Your Honor, but I'll pull it up here.
That believe that order was drafted by Mr. Binger.
It was.
And
I
I-
submitted it to all parties. There was no objection to it. It was signed with no objections.
Okay.
And then the video
Yeah.
came up after that.
Okay, I am, there it is. All right, now I say the order without objection, and without really giving it a lot of scrutiny. As you know, we try a lot of cases in here, and because it came in without objection, I signed it, thinking that it covered what I had envisioned at the time of the hearing. I will tell you what I had in mind when, and I haven't looked at, if there is even a transcript in existence, I don't think so. But it certainly was my impression that we were talking about video of the entire episode. And not that it certainly in my mind was not limited to the specific numbers on this observation point list that you're talking about. I'm a little bit challenged when you say, is there something that I'm saying that draws the face that you're making? Go ahead, say what you
I
want to
have to
say.
say, Your Honor, yesterday,
Uh-oh.
I was the target of your ire for disregarding your orders. Today, the defense is disregarding your order. I submitted that draft of that order to the defense. They had an opportunity to review it. They had an opportunity to object to it. We do this all the time in the court system. We submit proposed orders to the defense, to the other side, and to the court for everyone to take a look at. If anyone had a change, an objection to that, if they wanted to expand it, there was plenty of opportunity to do so. There was no response whatsoever from the defense. They never came to this court and said, the proposed order is improper, here is our version of the order. They never came to the court and said the proposed order needs to be amended in some way. They never responded at all, even though they had it, and even though they had plenty of opportunity to do so. They have every incentive to make sure that the court's order with regard to their expert witness is accurate. They have every incentive to make sure that that court order gives them the opportunity to get in all of the evidence through this expert that they feel they need to get in. Despite having that very powerful incentive, they did not object, they did not contact the court or me with any reaction to that order. You are the referee. The parties argue about things and you make a decision. We reached an agreement on this at the Daubert hearing.
I don't think on this issue.
I proposed
Not
this compromise, Your Honor.
specific,
I did, because there was
Let's
some
say which
back and
one.
forth about the extent of the use of force issues and all that stuff. And I said, well, what about if we just agree, Dr. Black can talk about the timing of the shots and the sense-making. And I then drafted this order. You gave the defense an opportunity to object. They didn't. You signed it. And my recollection, and again, I know you referenced the transcript, but in his preliminary report, Your Honor, all he talks about is the timing of the shots. In event 1, the 4 shots of Rosenbaum. In event 2, the shots against the unknown assailant Huber. So
Yeah, you're right.
there's nothing further in his preliminary report about the extent of this entire time frame. This Exhibit 142 goes well beyond his preliminary report from July 31st. It goes well beyond what we talked about at the Daubert hearing. It goes well beyond what we agreed to that day. And it goes well beyond this court's order.
If I understand correctly what's being pursued by the state at this point, is timing sequence for the time between the friendly and the surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 400 and some, or attempted surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 4 minutes and some seconds. All of which is, every second of which I think has been analyzed here in this courtroom. That was certainly my vision at the time we discussed all this, whether it was, each part was specifically discussed in his preliminary report or not. That was my vision of what we were going to be hearing. And I guess the questions I have is, what is the prejudice to the state? Are you suggesting that what he's about to testify to, or may testify to, is going to be different with respect to the new periods of time than it is with respect to the particular periods that you identified in the order that you drafted? Or, that's number one, as to whether there's prejudice to the state. Secondly, whether you think that there is some incongruity between the periods of time that might be more fully covered by the examination of the entire time period, because those are the principal issues. We're here, you know, and you've practiced here. You were assigned here for quite a long time, some years ago, and I think that most people would say that I'm pretty open to. I want to have the whole thing presented to whomever is finding the facts, whether it's me or whether it's the jury. I want to know as much as possible rather than try to isolate particular things and say, well, that isn't. I told the story the other day about the judge from Madison who was tormented whether to grant a motion to dismiss a burglary case on failure of proof of venue, not just proof of venue, whether that municipality was in Dane County or not. And I think, really, are you really worried about this? I don't operate that way. Now, I'm not criticizing you for bringing up this issue. I think it's legitimate, but it's not something that sways my judgment in the case. And unless you can tell me that you have reason to believe that doctor is going to testify differently about some of these other time periods within that less than 5-minute period, or that you are somehow prejudiced by the late arrival of the report, and I don't want to say late, although, okay, that's fair, then I'm going to allow the testimony to be given.
If I may respond, Your Honor.
Please.
Yesterday, as I said, I was under the court's ire.
You know, I don't want to talk about,
Well,
why don't we
I
just?
think it's a fundamental fairness issue, Your Honor.
All right, say what you want to say.
If I'm being held to obey the court's orders, I'm asking that the defense be held to that too. This is something we litigated at a Daubert hearing. We spent time on this. so-
You know, I am going to interrupt you, and then I'm going to let you talk again. But I was talking yesterday about the Constitution of the United States and how the Supreme Court has interpreted it for 50 years. That's not what we're talking about here today.
So, this is a notice issue to the state. We have not been provided proper notice of this, and clearly if the shoe were on the other foot and we tried something like this, there would be quite a kerfluffle about that. That's one point. This is,
Wow.
as I said earlier, it's beyond even his preliminary report. Like he's just adding new things at the last minute like this. And this is not prompted by new drone footage or anything like that. There's no mention of drone footage in this report. So to fall behind the excuse of, well, other new evidence has come forward, it doesn't change the fact that this is an expert. There are notice requirements for experts. There has been no notice of this issue. We've already litigated this, and now the defense is trying to expand it in direct violation of the court's order. One moment, Your Honor.
Did you just say one moment,
I also
Your
wanted to
Honor?
point out that I think it's Exhibit 141 is a supplemental report that apparently Mr. Black...
Is he trying to get the judge to jump over the bench and strangle him?
So again, another example of late notice here. I understand that the court wants to hear, or wants the jury to hear, the timing from the beginning of whenever we start to the end, whenever we draw that line. I understand that. There are other ways for us to do that, of course. We can take.
I think what he's arguing is some of the names of the points in time could be prejudicial to the jury's opinion, or, and I just don't see it.
Is probably close enough for the jury to understand that this
I'm gonna turn down your mic a little bit. You're really loud, but I got it.
It was a matter of minutes, so I think they can already get that point without this expert's testimony. The one specific item of prejudice that I do want to bring to the court's attention is in Exhibit 142. As I pointed out earlier, there are characterizations here.
Well, I
No, there aren't.
agree with you there. Doctors, I assume he's using it for, to pinpoint particular events, and I agree with you, he's not going to be permitted to do that.
Okay, so I want to be, again, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and that I'm understanding things clearly from the court. There are, for example, observation number 7 on 142 has a characterization of Mr.
Yeah, you're right.
Rosenbaum's behavior. That will not be allowed?
He's going to have to find some way to express that, that
Not using the word
is not conclusory.
change in elevation?
You know, I'm gonna try to let you do it in a prudent way, and if there's an objection, I'll deal with it.
Okay. So
But yeah, I do think his objection is well stated, that there's some conclusory language in there, which is to be
I can
avoided.
refer to, they're queued up. I can refer to, if he objects to that, I could just refer to it as 7.
That would seem to be unobjectionable.
I think if these are things where we're just going to show the jury that item, that moment in time, they can see it on the screen, then we don't need a witness to tell us what we're seeing. That
Well,
make it easy.
I'm not, you know, I can't anticipate what he might ask or what your objection might be, so I'm not gonna try to.
I would also continue by objecting to observations 15,
Go slow.
15,
As you mean to the description of the event that he gives?
yes.
Yeah, I think any of his descriptions are going to have to be non-conclusory on his part.
That's fine.
Okay, perhaps just to point to the particular moment in time and say this is at such and such an hour, I don't know.
Can I list the ones that I want to raise for, so we're.
No, because you can object when it happens, because maybe, see, if I rule on everything now, then I may be talking about things that may never become an issue, and I'd rather, the jury's in the library now, and I'd rather get them out here.
Okay, one final thing, Your Honor. If there is any data or reports that are generated by the software that Dr. Black is using when he prepares all this, I would like that. We've received a similar request from the defense this morning for Mr. Armstrong's things, so I
That's
would
fine.
like that information from the defense.
No
Is there-
problem. Do you have any? Does your
If I
program?
can generate them, it's going to take a little bit of time, but they're all you can generate them all.
How much is a little bit of time?
Well, so Your Honor, the first thing I'd have to do in order to meet my understanding is I can go back in and relabel everything based on this.
You know what, I'm just trying to get the jury out here. How long are we talking about? Not why it's gonna take as long as it will. How long will it take?
To relabel everything, I'm guessing about 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh,
In
okay.
order to
Okay.
in order to do the reports, Your Honor, that'll take a little bit longer.
Okay. Okay. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be a big problem. Before you're crossed, you should be able to at least get the basics, okay? Anything else?
No.
Ask the jurors to come out, please. Hey, would you
So-
put it-
I need a,
That's not going to be shown on the screen.
All right, that was interesting.
So to summarize, he was objecting to the labels that he gave to the timestamps because it was characterizing the action of individuals in the video.
Correct.
Put a piece of paper over it. Can you do that? No, you probably can't.
I think there's,
You asked earlier a question, Your Honor, I can do that in about 5 minutes. Make them only the numbers.
Okay.
If That's what
Ask
I'm.
the would you ask the jurors if they, tell them it's gonna be about 5 more minutes and they're welcome to go upstairs if they want or stay down here. And tell them I'm sorry I didn't turn on the music for them.
Okay, Jamal.
So do we have a 5-minute break? What do we got going on here?
I don't think they really said.
I'm dying to listen to like CNN's coverage or something, see what they're saying, what the analysts, the real paid analysts, are saying.
I don't know, man.
Do you want to spin up that video and talk about that?
Let's see. Well, yeah, I guess we can.
Because we could always break out of it.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and share this video that Rich wants to share.
Of the trial of a young man indicted for murder after opening fire at a BLM protest. Today was an intense, emotional day inside this Wisconsin courtroom. The judge making headlines for the tone taken against the prosecution amidst a rarity in any murder trial, the defendant taking the stand to testify in his own defense.
You say I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Indicted for murder, Kyle Rittenhouse trying to take control of this storyline from the prosecutors who had detailed how he obtained a gun illegally and came into this new town armed
Can we pause?
and ready to go, ultimately attacking and killing 2 protesters. So the defendant went through an orchestrated story with his lawyers, which is the right of any defendant in American courts. What you're going to see here is the effort.
So he characterizes that he opened fire at a protest. Not that it was a defensive shooting, it was a shooting during a protest, having a conflict with 1 or 2 or 3 other individuals, completely mischaracterizing exactly what happened. He's not even remotely close to the facts.
Yeah, I sent this to Rich last night to piss him off.
Yeah, this is just completely disingenuous. It is absolutely like as far from fact as you can get.
Yeah, you want to keep on going?
Sure.
To present a story of self-defense amidst claimed danger.
Tell me when to stop.
During the evening, was there any friction between your group and protesters/rioters?
No. The only type of stuff that happened was the person that attacked me first threatened to kill me twice.
Okay. And the person who threatened to kill you, we now know is Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
Rittenhouse ultimately broke down on the stand in dealing with the key moments, crying as he recounted what he says happened.
There were there were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
That's what That's what I run.
We're gonna just take time for our break anyway.
It was a dramatic moment in a tough trial. Of course, those are the tears of the killer. The killing itself not in doubt. The legal question is whether it was a justified killing. And the jury has to look at
It
They're
wasn't
trying to demonize
a killing. Yeah, it wasn't a killing. It was self-defense. He wasn't. But at no time did they say it was an act of self-defense, that he was responding to an attack by other people, that he was hit in the head twice with a skateboard, that somebody else came up from behind him with
Pointed
a
at a
Glock
gun.
in his hand, pointed at his head. They at no time but it was Kyle Rittenhouse cross state lines with a huge AR-15 and open fire. That's not what happened. And it also, he says indicted, which most people, even if you understand what the term indicted means, in most people's brains, it triggers guilt that this person is guilty. Indicted just means it goes to trial.
Yep. All right.
that and put aside the emotion and determine whether or not it was justified. Indeed, if someone feels bad about doing it, that's not a murder defense. Now, the trial judge, who has faced some separate criticism from legal experts over claims of bias and rulings and statements in favor of this defendant and basically against the prosecutors, then did something else today, tearing into the prosecutor over what might have been a routine decision about evidence. I say routine because there are many twists and turns about what evidence goes into a trial, especially a complex murder trial. The jury was not in the room for this, so this really shouldn't affect them at all, but it was quite an exchange.
The court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
My understanding of
You should have come and asked for reconsideration. I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. I have heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the defense
Don't
testimony.
get brazen with me.
My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit. Now we had something new, and I was going
He's
to...
badgering the
I don't
judge.
believe you. When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay?
As for that question of good faith, just a little legal translation. By the end, the judge is calling the prosecutor a liar in open court.
He is.
Now, by the standard of traditional decorum, that's a big deal, especially since many courts give deference to prosecutors. Now, the Rittenhouse defense team seized on that very clash. Again, about an evidentiary issue with the jury out of the room. They're trying to now use it to request a mistrial of the whole thing. There's no formal ruling on that yet. And by the end of the day, then the prosecution still got to go forward and cross-examine this murder defendant, presenting hard facts like how before any supposed claimed threat materialized, this defendant, again, think about how it all started. This defendant, with the illegally obtained gun, showed up with 30 rounds of ammunition
Oh my
and an
goodness.
aggressive assault rifle.
30 rounds of ammunition. Wow, that is a stockpile.
Hey, so one magazine. Dude,
Yeah.
if I go to the range, I'd hate to tell you what I carry. I carry thousands of rounds when I go to the range. If I was going into an area where I thought there might be some sort of conflict where I'd have to use a firearm, I'm carrying 4 or 5 mags.
Yeah, so am I. My loadout is 300 rounds. Yeah, no effing joke.
Hey, I know guys, my neighbor was in Iraq.
When you decided to bring your...
Sorry, you're saying.
Yeah, my neighbor was in Iraq, and he said he would, as many rounds as he could shove in, as many magazines as he could shove in his vest is what he would take with him.
Yep.
AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location. What did you think you needed protection against?
I didn't really think I was going to have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
You brought it along for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
That's an important exchange because this is not a case of a fist fight that got out of control. It's a case of someone who broke one law to take a gun that's used primarily for military or assault purposes, who showed up at a BLM protest with 30 rounds unloaded, killed 2 people, and then said they were defending themselves. Now, we have the rule of law in this country, which means the verdict must be respected, regardless of one's views on the outside. And we're not, of course, seeing every single thing that a jury might see over the course of this trial. But as it goes on, when you look at the judge and you look at the arguments, there are questions about whether this is on the level.
How could it not be on the level? And I mean, if you want to really pick at it, there's more AR-15s in civilian hands than there are in military hands. This is something that pretty much any gun guy has an AR-15. I just find it incredibly disingenuous.
So do I, man.
In the characterizations that they made, that he's claiming it's self-defense, but he didn't talk about. Kyle didn't say, "Man, I need to kill some people. I've been playing Call of Duty all day. I'm kind of amped up on this crap. I think it'd probably be a good place to shoot people if I go down." And so what if he had 29 rounds, 28 rounds? What difference would it make if he had, what is it? What is the magazine where you can have 60 or 100 rounds, but they always jam? Who cares how many rounds he had? He fired, less than 10 rounds?
Yeah, 4.
Why would it be more, whatever? It doesn't show intent. Like, he intended to kill at least 30 people because he had 30 rounds. No. Let's bring Dark into this. I mean, Dark's EDC, I think Dark's carrying at least 120 rounds with him.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I carry 30 rounds for my pistol.
I mean, I guess I'm the biggest, whatever out there. My pocket EDC, I have, 11 rounds. 1 in the chamber, 10 in the mag. But look, if I actually travel somewhere, I carry my PS90 and my FN57 in a case. And I think Dark made a point earlier that I do want to highlight, is if you look at the reporting of MSLSD, and Grabian did a good job of getting all the cuts, and Mark Dice did a video on it that was released this morning, that I believe what Dark said is that they are looking to get people fired up, because you got to realize news isn't news. News is entertainment, and that generates revenue. If people are watching TV because crap's burning in Kenosha because they're burning the damn city down, that makes them money. They sell ad revenue. So if everybody is, hunky-dory happy, that doesn't work. So characterizing Kyle as a white supremacist and all of these things, when he shot 3 white guys, killed 2, 1 was a pedophile, 1 was a rapist. This is just the nuttiest case I've ever seen.
Just to cleanse the palate a little bit.
Oh, cute! Wow, that's nice. You guys went to a park somewhere?
Yeah.
Very nice.
So that's one of our Christmas photos. Me and my 2 sons, my wife.
Very cute.
Yeah, I don't know how I got lucky. my Aryan looking family. All blonde hair, blue eyes.
The mailman has blonde hair and blue eyes, right?
Oh,
No, John has a great family. That's really crude of me to say that. But it gets back for all the crashing jokes.
okay, yeah. I was strapped in that picture.
Hey, and look, I mean, I'm sitting at my desk here, and I'm home alone, and I'm armed.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Your wife was saying, was that a 33 round Glock mag, or are you just happy to see me?
Oh. Yeah, that's kind of funny, right? I don't know. I mean, by the way, I put the link in the description. It's pinned on top of any of you Wolverines out there. What? Oh, awesome. And that was for Zach Carr, John Crump. And thank you, Chris. Thank you, Zach, for the money. I appreciate it. As always, super chats are not required, but they are appreciated. Like what we do here, you can help support it. And I got a bunch of different stories coming out. You know, so yeah, I mean, did they say how long they're gonna be?
I didn't hear anything whether they're gonna adjourn for 5 or 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
I know he said it's
and
about take about 10 minutes to relabel
Right.
it, then you have to pull it. But I think that's what they're doing now. But I just think it's hilarious that they're trying to do what they do.
I don't.
Yeah, why they are? They're having the guy pull the information, and then they're going to share it or something like that.
And Stephen Crumley's talking about the idea of divide and conquer. That if people are divided among fill in the blank, and I argue that this happens all the time.
Age of gun care.
What do we got?
Just cleaning stuff.
I argue that Democratic administrations try to divide people, male versus women, straight versus gay, rich versus poor, white versus black. You fill in the blank on how they want to divide us. And I think the whole thing is, if we are at war among each other, we don't realize how bad the government's screwing us. And I think anything they can do to amp it up is anything that serves their purposes.
Yeah. So, I don't know, just to change the subject a little bit since we're waiting. Alex Ovechkin tied Brett Hall for fourth on the all-time goals list in hockey. Brett Hall's son took to Twitter to basically disapprove of his father's record being tied.
Whatever.
Yeah, because he was disappointed. So he's going there to talk about disappointed it was. So somebody wrote, "Thanks, Ovi. We finally found out that Brett Hall has a son." Since he's like not.
Oof.
Since he didn't make it in hockey, and he's a Twitch streamer. That's hilarious. All right, they're back.
We're back, and how long was that 5-minute break? All right, we're going to be on our best behavior from here on in. Mr.
Dr. Black, just to back up, the time calculations that I asked you to perform of the events of August 25th of 2020 from what we would refer to as, I'm trying to find it, observation number 3, which has been labeled PSSP now. Oh. Is that jury on? Is this TV on?
Yeah.
Okay.
What does that say in Chinese?
You'd have to.
It's just a screensaver of kanji, Your Honor.
What is it?
It's just a screensaver of a certain type of kanji. I do not, no.
Dr. Black, from, as I said, observation number 3, which has been labeled PSSP.
Probably
till
spring.
Observation 31, which is now going to be labeled STP. What is the total amount of time of this event?
2 minutes and 55 seconds, approximately. It's calculated out. There's a bunch of variables in there, but approximately 2 minutes and 55 seconds, slightly under 3 minutes.
Please show video PSSP, screen 3.
Can you refer to it by number, please?
Observation 3.
Observation 3.
Now, have you done anything to change this video?
No, sir. You'll notice in the screen it's at 100%, 1280 by 720, and if you wanted more knowledge about it, it's at 30 frames per second, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
But it's unchanged.
Please play the video.
You probably know for the kanji
It's
says. You
just
probably
still
just didn't
frames,
want to
sir.
get into it.
You want the-
Okay.
But I can play from here. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. It's I'm gonna have to finish processing for a second.
Stop, please. Now, that is in this calculation of time, that would be the 0 frame. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, what at this point here, that would be approximately where what you're referring to as the 0 frame. That red mark would be the 0 frame.
Okay. Now, the next observation 4, which is JRPK, did you do anything to enhance this video?
No, but I'm gonna have to, with the numbering while we were gone, that bit, you're asking for an observation that's no longer sitting in this. I mean, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're asking for.
Well, in the Exhibit 142, observation 4, we've agreed to label it JRPK.
Right, but, okay. As part of what happened with what we had discussed, the observation 4 that's on here is no longer in the menu to the left. If I have to, I'd have to bring it back. I can get you there if you
Is
want.
observation 5 available?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and observation 5, the event described has been labeled BBTB. Has anything been done to enhance this?
No, and this idea, as I'm bringing it up, in answer to your question, there's different places where observation 5 that you're referring to is being shown in different videos. This is one of those.
Okay, please play this video. Stop. Going to observation 7, which has been now labeled JREC. Do you have that?
I do, sir.
Now is, can you go back to the,
I will.
you ready?
I am.
Can you play that, please? Stop. Now, this screen is the start of the gunshots that have been attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
For what's been referred to as Event 1, that is correct.
Okay. And using your program regarding sound and video, you have determined how far apart shot 1 and shot 4 were, correct?
I have.
And that's by using the frames per second and the audio graph?
It's a combination between them both, but yes.
Okay. And if I label shot 1 as 0 time, when does shot 2 occur?
Approximately 3/4 second by the different timings, 0.739.
Okay. I want to get shot number 2
Oh, I'm
first.
sorry, my fault. The second shot, using shot 1 as a 0 point, would occur 0.263 seconds after shot 1.
Okay. And what is the time the time between shots, what is the second and third shot?
The time between the second and third shot would be 0.247.
And the time elapsed between the third and fourth shot?
The time between the third and fourth shot would be 0.229.
And the total of those 4 shots fired by Kyle Rittenhouse occur in what amount of time?
0.739, or again, approximately 3/4 second.
Now, the shot, and you're looking at this videos, excuse me, is not, those 4 shots are not the first shot, correct?
The first shot within the soundtrack around that time, those 4 shots are not the first shot that I hear within examining this video. That is correct.
And how many shots or shot were heard before those 4 shots?
Well, there's gunshots throughout the evening that I examined, but there's one clear shot that's heard prior to that.
And that occurred how many seconds before shot 0 or shot 1, which is the same shot?
So the shot, you referred to 2 shots as shot 1. So shot 0, the difference between what we're calling the first shot and then shot 0, is that correct?
Well, no, what I will refer to as the Zeminski shot. Counsel, we agree that the first shot was Mr. Zeminski? The Zeminski shot to Kyle, shot 0.
The time between the Zeminski shot, as you referred to it, and the shot attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse as his first shot would be approximately about 2 3/4 seconds. Again, I can look at the exact thing if you want. I just don't have the
That's
time in
fine,
front of me.
sir. Now, going down to screen 15, what we have labeled A1ST. Can you find that, please? Now, Is this a still shot or a video?
This is a marked frame within the video stream.
Okay, could you back it up, say, 3 seconds?
That's approximately 2.5. Is that enough?
Go back just a little bit more. That's good.
Okay.
And would you play that? Stop. Now, that observation, according to Exhibit 142, took place 28 seconds after the beginning of Mr. Rittenhouse leaving Car Source 3.
That is correct. There is an assumed time in there also.
Okay, and tell the jury about an assumed time.
So when looking at these videos, I have no continuous video stream that takes me from event 1 into the front end of what we're calling event 2. There's a gap. So what I did was I took a look on the video, event 2 that we're looking at right now, that you've seen is referred to before as the BGO video. And I measured a distance at the pace that Kyle Rittenhouse was running, jogging, whatever we want to refer to it. I have a known distance, and I have a time that it took him to run that known distance. Because I also have another known distance where he came from in the prior stuff. What I did is I applied basic math saying if it took him this long to run this, I'm going to just take that same time of running over here. And then what I did is I put that in as the gap to fill it in. It does not address if he may have stopped or anything else in between that. It simply addresses if it was a constant state of motion.
Now, and what was your general deviation? I don't want to say general deviation, but what numbers? What number did you come up with for that?
Basically, I used 9.05 or 9 seconds. So I allowed 9 seconds between the first part of it, and that's what's in the calculations. And again, those calculations are to add into the total time. Those calculations would not be, for example, time between shots or events that are on the same video stream, because those are known frames per second times a certain time equals certain time.
So basically your calculation was that to run the distance of 150 feet, it took Kyle approximately 9 seconds.
Correct.
Now, what we've labeled the beginning of event number 2 was screen 15, which we just played, and that is depicting an individual on screen where Mr. Rittenhouse's hat is knocked off. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next event, which is screen 16, which we have labeled A2ST, could you go about 10 seconds before that and show that?
Okay, so screen 16 is here. You'll notice it says 11:50. I will try to get approximately 10 seconds earlier.
That's plenty far back.
You want me to play at this point?
Please. Stop. Did you do any slowing down of this observation?
Yes, I did.
Could you please show me that? What you just played for the jury was real time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a slow motion version?
Yes, much like what you saw Senior Examiner Armstrong this here, which is about to be played.
slow motion of screen 16.
Is this the one you're referring to, sir?
Yes.
The prosecution was basically trying to say that he had time to
Yes.
get away and had time to think
Can you go
and
back
stuff
to
like
the
that.
lost,
Sure.
are both of them on?
So what they're trying to do is prove that everything happened quickly. The prosecution played it up like it all happened over like I don't know. They played it up like it happened over a long time instead of seconds. Too many choices with the kanji. I have no idea what this has. Let's get 10 more people. Get over 100
Is
people.
everybody
Be
watching
happy.
it on this one?
Woohoo! I'm gonna just start calling people up.
Oh, we were up to 91. Now we're at 90.
I don't know why it's not coming up on that one. Did you-
Okay, I just had to do training on how I sit at my desk.
Another super chat here. Drew and Reno. I wish active self protection was testifying. This case would be done and over.
Who's
Yes.
active self-protection?
Not sure.
So that isn't the guy Detroit that threat deterrence?
I don't know.
You know who I'm talking about, right? The modern day Voda.
Oh yeah. The dude that's like.
He always got the Bluetooth on a boom mic when he's grappling.
Yeah, he's gonna
Where
get
is it on
someone
this one also?
killed.
Okay. Now, please play this screen in slow motion, Doctor.
Hit those thumbs up, people.
Hey, Dark.
No, they're
Tonight.
testifying. Emily.
Stop.
No.
The next screen is 17, which we have labeled KRLB. Can you bring that up, sir?
So it's like KRLB is like Kyle Rittenhouse something.
And go ahead. Stop. This video, have you slowed it down for analysis? Could you please bring that up on the screen? And what speed will you be playing this at?
Thank you for tuning in, everyone out there.
Done at a quarter speed.
Okay. And you have taken the sound out of it?
The soundtrack is not present, that's correct. The sound, since it is, as I explained earlier, uncompressed, the sound would not sync up when you slow it down.
Okay. And so then you would hear sound of gunshots, but not when they're occurring. Is that a fair statement?
Any of the sound that you hear would not be when it's occurring.
Okay, please show the quarter speed video.
Boom. They hit with the skateboard there.
So yes,
Here
Kyle
comes the guy with a
Rittenhouse
gun.
went
Look, he
to shoot
points it
people.
there, points it at him.
Dude, freaking ninja man is all I gotta say. Other than tripping and falling.
Oh, he has his gun up. Oh, and now look. Runs at him. Boom. There
Oof.
goes his arm.
Pink mist.
Stop it, please. Now, using this video and the audiograph, were you able to figure the times of certain events in event number 2?
Yes, sir.
From the time, strike that. There is what's commonly referred to as jump kick man entering in the video. Do you know who we're talking about?
I just
Doctor?
love how they
I
name
do.
these people.
And when you analyze this video, did jump kick man kick Kyle in the face first, or the first shot go off before the kick?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope
I
of
don't
the
care.
court's order regarding this witness's opinion.
It seems to me the jury could, you're asking him to make an identification that the jurors could make themselves?
I'm asking him, based upon his video analysis, what happened first?
Yes.
The kick to the face in the first gunshot in event number 2, or the gunshot in event number 2, and then the kick to the face?
Overall,
Can you ask the question again, please?
Yes. Based upon your analysis of the video and sound analysis, what occurred first? The kick to the face by jump kick man to my client?
No
or
problem,
the
Ron.
first gunshot?
Based on my analysis, the kick to the face occurred prior to the gunshot.
And after that was Kyle's first shot in the second event, correct?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, after the kick, the first shot in the second event occurred. That is correct.
Okay, and that happens, I mean, thousandths of a second after. They're very close in time, correct?
They're absolutely very close in time.
Shot number 1, using that first shot at jump kick man as the 0 shot, how much time elapsed from the 0 shot to Kyle Rittenhouse second shot at jump kick man?
From the beginning time of shot 1 in the second event till the point of shot 4 was 5.468 seconds.
Are you looking at the exhibit?
I am?
So less
Maybe I'm
than half a
misunderstanding
second.
your
Yeah.
question.
I have
Or just
the amount
smidge
of
more.
time elapsing from the 0 shot to the second shot.
Oh, I think I know what's here.
Kyle's second shot in that event. I'm crossing references, and I apologize.
To make this as clear as possible, the first shot in the second event between that time and the fourth shot in the second event is 2.933 seconds.
Got it. And how many of shots were fired in event number 2 in total?
For the shots from what's been attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse 4.
Okay. And the timing between each shot. So Kyle Rittenhouse, and I'll keep it constant. Kyle Rittenhouse shot 1 is at the 0 time, correct?
If we use that as a 0 timer starting point, we will call that 0.
Okay. Kyle Rittenhouse shot number 2, which was directed at Jump Kick Man. How long after shot 1?
0.602 seconds.
Shot number 3, which is the strike, the shot to Anthony Huber. How long was that shot after shot number 2?
1.933.
And the last shot for Mr. Huber's shot to Gage Grosquist's shot was how much time?
Okay, and I'm going to back up on this because I want to make sure this is absolutely clear for the court. Again, 2.933. In one case, we're talking the gap or time between shots. What I just relayed was the time between shots. The total time of all shots was, again, my first answer, 5.468. So this is just clarification for the court.
And so the total of this event of shots fired is 5.468 seconds.
That is correct.
And that event ends at screen 27. You just roll this.
I have 26.
Okay. Which is shot number 4. KRS4.
Thought we see night strike in here or something.
Go ahead.
You want it played here, sir?
Yeah, if you back up about 2 seconds.
And do you want it played in this size or back to normal?
That size is fine in a factor of half or quarter speed, please.
That would be at normal speed. From approximately the same point, slow down.
Can you go forward until Mr. Rittenhouse gets up, please?
Yes, sir.
Dude, they have some type of fan there, dude.
You can stop there. Based upon your video analysis, after this time, does Mr. Rittenhouse fire his weapon anymore?
No.
And from here, Mr. Rittenhouse leaves and continues north down Sheridan Road until he gets to a police officer squad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that time in getting up until he arrives at the police squad car to surrender, how much time is that?
Doing quick math, approximately 1 minute and 26 and about 3/4 of a second.
So 126.75?
Approximately, that's just doing quick math.
Understood.
We're 2 hours in, Rich.
Now, you were in court yesterday to hear the testimony and cross-examination of Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
I was.
And you observed the demonstration that the state put on in showing frames 476 to 500 in the BG of the scene video, correct?
I did.
And 476 to 500 is how many frames per second?
Well, depending on the video that they were showing, my understanding, if my recollection is correct, is they had told us that it was 30 frames per second.
Okay. And at 30 frames per second, that would have been less than a half second of actual action that are broken down into stills, correct?
Again, the numbers being 476, is that correct?
476 to 500.
Right, so that would be 24 frames at 30 frames per second. If it was 30 frames per second, it would be approximately 3/4 of a second.
And Doctor, when one looks at video as a depiction of an event, does that necessarily show what the actors in that video were observing?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of the court's order.
This is the video that,
Overruled.
The short answer is it's impossible for it to do that. Describing it to you the best way that I can. Imagine, well, you were just doing it. All of you were looking at a video screen, a depiction. It's a known focal length from you, yet you can see from maybe, if I go halfway between the jury, about 12 feet, and that stays constant. And then you look from that distance all the way out to 50 yards. Everything in that frame is at the same exact moment of clarity. But your eyes can't do that. The other thing is you're looking at two actors in this case, maybe 5 or 10 actors that you were looking at, depending on what each one of you chose to look at. So the video can't tell you what each one of you were looking at, and it can't tell you what either actor in there was looking at, attending to, nor perceiving. Putting that in its context, though, video has absolute benefit to an analyst to help us understand what was objectively occurring, and that's the way that we use it, and that's, in my argument, the way it should be used. But it also has potential limitations, and I think you actually heard Senior Examiner Armstrong speak to some of those limitations. Camera movement, movement of people, lighting. So for example, we can brighten it up a little bit or clarify it. You can't do that with your eyes. So the short answer is video has great value, but it is not the experience or the perception of the people involved in the event. It can't be.
what is the difference? I mean, video is two-dimensional
Yes, sir?
and reality is three-dimensional?
At a minimum.
Okay. And how does that not translate, if you can opine on that?
Absolutely. So for the members of the jury, if you were to just take and pick a point that's maybe about 6 feet in front of you, maybe on Madam Court Reporter's desk, and you were also to pick a point over here and look at it, I want you to have both of those points in perfect clarity at the same time. Now what I want you to do is, I'm holding up my glasses, so I've already told you what it is, but I want everybody to sort of look at the same point you picked on Madam Court Reporter's desk, and then while you're completely focusing on that, tell me when my glasses drop. We can see that in the video. We have the luxury of hindsight. We have the luxury of going back and taking a single frame. Think about this, 30 frames per second. The blink of an eye is approximately a third of a second. In the blink of an eye, 3 frames have gone by. And we will sit here and examine a frame for moments, minutes, who knows how long an examiner looks at it. That's not wrong. We should be doing that. That's due diligence. But we also have to remember what was the limitation of the actors involved. What were they looking at? What could they have even have seen? What were they attending to? What was happening to them? This goes back to the area of sense making that you heard the counsel speak to. And then more importantly, when we get done with it, we bring it back up to normal speed and say that's the best it could get, regardless of all the slow motion we do to it enhancing of video, levels, clarification, light, all those types of things.
Lastly, Doctor, the shots in event 1 took less than 1 second, approximately 3/4 of a second.
Approximately 3/4 of a second.
And the events, event number 2, the 4 shots in event number 2 took a total of 2.93 seconds, correct?
That's incorrect. They took a total of 5.468.
I apologize.
2.933 was the time between the third and the fourth shot.
So the total between the 2 events of shooting is less than 7 seconds.
Are you asking if you were to put both those 2 figures together?
Yes,
Yeah, it's about 6.5 seconds.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examine? Well, wait a minute. We need a break? No? Okay, let's go.
Do you want this off screen, counsel?
No, you can leave it up, that's
Okay.
fine, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You indicated earlier that your law enforcement experience is in the state of Oregon, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
You have never worked as a law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin?
No, I'm not.
And you were retained by the defense to provide expert opinions in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are being compensated for that?
Yes, sir.
What is your hourly rate?
It varies somewhere between, for certain tasks, $160 an hour, and other tasks up to $480 an hour.
And for your testimony here right now, are you billing at a rate of $480 an hour?
No, sir, I'm billing at a rate of $320 an hour.
$320 an hour to be
Yep.
here in court? to
Yes, sir.
testify? You indicated that when you timed the gap in time between what we are referring to as the Zeminski shot, that's the first gunshot, in the incident between the defendant and Joseph Rosenbaum. You're familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I am.
The time between that and the defendant's first shot at Joseph Rosenbaum, you timed that at, I believe you said, about 2 3/4 seconds. Is that correct?
And I can bring it up exactly if you want.
Yeah, could you
Is that
please?
helpful? So here you can see the first shot over here where my cursor is moving at 24.61, and then the first shot here at 27.25. So obviously if you go out to the hundredths, you see it down here where my cursor is moving, and I can take a look at my notes, but it would be the time between those two. So again, approximately 2 3/4, thereabouts.
Okay. And you have also broken down the gap in time between the defendant's fourth shot to Joseph Rosenbaum and the time in which that first person comes up behind him and swings at his head. Do you understand those 2 events that I'm describing? If it's helpful, your observation, so on the list of observations you have, observation 11 is shot number 4 to Joseph Rosenbaum. Do you see that?
Right, so if I understand correctly, we're asking for the time between 11 and 15?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad you're doing the math for me, by the way. 'Cause I'm not
I'm
good.
about to bring my calculator up in front of the screen for you guys. But putting that aside, 1.837.
Carry the 1.
So rough math again, about 1 minute 48 seconds thereabouts.
So it takes approximately 1 minute and 48 seconds between the time that the defendant shoots Joseph Rosenbaum the fourth time and the time that the first person on the street makes, shall we say, physical contact with Mr. Rittenhouse?
And I apologize, I was doing the time between number 14. So the time between, and just to make sure we're correct, 15 is the observation you're referring to, correct?
Yes.
And the time between observation 11.
Yes. If it's helpful, Doctor, I'm doing rough math in my head. It appears to be roughly 59 seconds, about a minute.
48,
Does that sound about right?
48, 49, 50, 57.
So about a minute passes between.
Oh, signal off. Huh. The nuclear bombs.
I think it was an EMP, and with respect to Tyven, all Glocks have now been rendered useless.
I still trying to figure out the whole damn thing. But if it's a nuclear bomb, there would be an EMP attached to a nuclear bomb.
Correct. Oh no. Speaking of Glocks, I knocked my Glock over.
My Glock's right next to me.
With its 33 round mag.
You got a 33 round mag.
Yep. And you know what would be in my 33 round mag? 33 rounds of ammo.
It better not be those exploding. That's funny. You know, the exploding hollow points.
Those are exploding, incendiary, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, guys, what do you think so far? Give me a thumbs up.
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely. Give John a thumbs up for all the
Or
work
Rich
he's doing here.
or Dark or whatever channel you are in.
Yeah, any thumbs up is important. Just stick a thumb in it. Or as Dark says, pretend it's target practice and you're hitting that thumbs up. Or Johnny B had a good one yesterday. He says, and good job on all those that hit the thumbs up before the music stopped. It's a fun game to play.
I think you should just kick the thumbs up and balls. By the way, everyone, in the link in the link in the description, you'll see a link to buy a wreath for a fallen soldier. They're only $15. My son's Cub Scout troop needs to sell 200 of them. And we are at 78 right now, and we're running out of time. So we need to get those wreaths because they're gonna go to a military cemetery and lay the wreaths at Christmas time, Arlington National.
And it's Memorial Day, so good day to remember to do that.
Yeah, and it is it's not Memorial Day, it's Veterans Day.
I mean Veterans Day, sorry. You said wreath, I'm thinking memorial, sorry. Or you could go to Black Swan Tactical and get the Flying Rich patch.
Yeah, you can do that.
Are there any more Tony Simon patches left?
Yeah, there's a few.
Are you kidding me? This is the best patch ever. And I know this is based on the t-shirt, but I want a t-shirt with this patch on it.
Oh, here we go. We're back. We are live. Super chats aren't necessary, but they are always appreciated. It helps us do what we do.
At this moment in the video, do you have the ability to zoom in so that we can see even clearer?
No, this isn't CSI.
The area between the defendant and Mr. Grosskreutz?
Enhance. And we're off again.
Oh.
Able to keep the video centered on that location?
I can You'll see me moving to do it, but I can do it as I'm moving. There'll be a little bit of a jag. It's not going to be smooth.
Would you be able to play from this point and try and keep it in as zoomed as clear, as close as possible so we can see the defendant and Mr. Grosskreutz? Do you understand what I'm asking?
The goal would be to keep this and this in frame at the speed that's being played.
Yes, could you do that for us, please?
Right there. All right, he has his hands up. Not firing, not firing, not firing, not firing, not firing.
But he's got a gun in his right hand.
Yeah. There's not firing yet. Oh, right there. Look. Look.
Pause right there, please. Now, Dr. Black, if I can look at your Exhibit 142, you have a number of observation points there. I think there are a total of 31 of them on this list. Do you have that in front of you still?
I did.
Okay. And observation point number 8 is the first shot that the defendant fires at Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And observation number 26 is the final shot that the defendant fires at Mr. Grosskreutz, correct?
Also correct.
Can you tell us the amount of time that passes between the first shot, observation number 8, to Joseph Rosenbaum, and the final shot, observation
Your
number
face
26?
is a super chat. Thank you, Zach Carr.
I can, and again, we're...
No idea what that
just
means.
make sure that I have the numbers again. We're looking for observation 26, correct? As the stop point. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Captain Shark, you are right.
And
Who
your
cares
start
if he
point one
wrapped
more
a
time,
charging
please?
handle or not, which he wouldn't have done,
To observation
unless he was trying to
26.
clear a jam.
Tap, rock, and roll.
Approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds.
In that 1 minute and approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds, the defendant fires all 8 shots that we see. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You indicated also, you've measured the time between the two shots that the defendant fires at the person who jumps and tries to kick him in the face.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that the gap between that first shot to that individual and the second shot to that individual was 0.602 seconds.
Yes, sir.
So approximately 0.6 of a second.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you also have the ability with the software that you're using to give us the data that's generated by that software. There's a separate report you can generate as part of that. Is that fair to say?
For part of it, what's referred to as a workflow report. So basically, the actions that I took upon a piece of video, the workflow, whether it's enlargement or these type of things, those can be generated.
And do you have the ability to generate that here today if you wanted to?
It would take a little bit of time. I can generate it. I wouldn't say that I could generate it today. I'd probably have to do it during the evening, but I can get them generated.
Okay, and that would show us the work that you've done to modify, edit, or do anything to the videos that we're showing in this, in what you've testified to so far, correct?
Yes, between the notes, as in if I write down a parent file, and then this was changed from 30 frames per second to 7.5, using nearest neighbor with a crop like this, I'd be able to do that.
Okay. And you indicated earlier that you're being paid hourly for this. How much in total so far have you billed the defense for the work you've done in this case?
Estimated at probably a little over $9,000.
Your Honor, we asked earlier for some data that he can generate for us. I'd like to see that before I finish my examination of this witness.
No objection.
So at this point, I'll pause.
Okay, well,
We could put on a different witness, will that what's happening.
That'd be great.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
Probably gonna call the use of fourth witness now. Probably, most likely. I would assume. Yay. Gorillas and guns. Welcome to the chat.
So
My name
basically,
is
the
John
defense
Crump.
is like, I want
I'm
to be
an
able to call you back.
Yep. Yeah, they can call you back. My name is John Crump. I'm an investigative journalist. This is Rich, and he flies planes into houses.
Yes.
And
Not
cars.
always.
Sometimes. Just sometimes. Now, he's a good pilot. I'm going to go flying with him. That's how confident I am in his pilot skills. Trying to be nicer to Rich.
1,000 hours of instrument-rated piloting, and yeah, you have 1 or 2 incidents, and that's all people talk about.
Yeah. I trust you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about telling this matter with the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah. You may be seated.
So is
All
this
right, guys,
defense
get out the
witness?
comments. I know you guys was going to make some comments, so get out the comments now.
Do we have no audio right now?
That's just audio. It's not doing anything.
And you think
What's
she's
her
use of
OnlyFans? Here we go.
force? Oh, John.
Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Officer Brittany Bray, last name is spelled B-R-A-Y.
Officer, were you employed by the Kenosha Police Department on August 25th, 26th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And in the early morning hours of the 26th, did you have an occasion to collect some evidence?
Yes, sir.
And directing your attention to what we're referring to as event number 2 or crime scene number 2 on Sheridan Road, do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, if I show you some exhibits, you'll be able to tell me if you're familiar with them.
Yep.
Just take a look at those and see.
Please arrest me.
I'm thinking she's a crime scene investigator.
I don't know.
Yes, I'm familiar with all of them.
Okay, and what are they?
They're shell casings.
And are they all the same caliber?
Yes, sir.
And are they all the same make or brand?
Really?
Yes, they are.
And those were found in the middle of Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And did you find or log into evidence any unfired bullets at that location of that caliber and that brand?
Good point.
If there had been an unfired bullet matching those empty shell casings, is that something you would have taken as evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Move those exhibits into evidence.
No. Proceed.
Now the bullets and the gun, please. What's that?
Right, did you see the BLM comment?
Hold on. I'm trying to get us paid, Rich. We're poor over here at Black Swan Media.
Jack City Boy.
right, so let me see here. Let me read some of these comments while they're doing that. What's her OnlyFans? I'd like to be arrested by her. Or please arrest me. BLM bang local mills. Interesting.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit defense.
Sorry, officer. I was just cleaning it off.
I don't have my glasses.
Sure. 983.
I just got back to this girl.
146.
She was a cop.
Recognize that?
I know
Yes,
she's a
I
cop.
do.
What is it?
It is a 40 caliber Glock 27 that I collected on scene.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of what you said. Can you say?
Sure, sorry. It's a Glock 27 40 caliber handgun I collected at the scene.
Okay, you collected that on Sheridan Road on the 26th?
Correct.
And it is still in the same condition and box you put it in?
Problem solver.
Showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 147. Could you tell me what that is?
It is the magazine that was collected near the gun.
Okay, is that magazine loaded?
It is,
Did you ever determine how many bullets were in that magazine?
I believe, 9.
Is that on the label?
The amount of bullets?
Yeah.
No.
And lastly, defense exhibit 148. Could you tell me what that is?
This is going to be the unfired 40 caliber round I found near the gun.
Okay, so there was an unfired round D148 found in the same area as the shells that were in the magazine and the Glock, correct?
Correct.
And did you ever look to see if they were the same make and model?
I did.
Were they?
Yes.
So, might sound like an obvious question or a stupid question, but you at a crime scene, if you find an unfired bullet, you pick that up.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examine.
What's that? I would move them into evidence.
Is there objection?
No.
Numbers
146, 147, and 148.
are received.
Good morning, Officer Bray.
Good morning.
Did
you
can I have
collect
your number, please?
any other guns or evidence, well, let me put it this way, any other guns than what you've just testified to?
No.
Are you familiar with AR-15s?
Yes.
How are you familiar with them?
I own them. I've shot them. I've trained with them.
Have you ever had an experience where one has
All right,
jammed
then
them?
now I know what I know. The
Can you tell
comment's
us
gonna
about
go
that?
crazy
You
after
have to
that.
clear it, usually to rack the slide back to eject the jam, whatever the round is that's jammed in there. Send it forward and another bullet would go into the chamber.
When you have to eject whatever's in the chamber, the thing that's being ejected, is that a spent shell casing or is it
Could
an
be
unfired
either
round?
or. Could be either or.
We need to make sure we're not talking at the same time for the benefit of the court reporter.
Oh,
So,
he's a jackass.
in your experience, have you ever had a situation in which you have pulled the trigger, the round has fired, but the spent shell casing did not automatically eject like it should?
Yes.
And then that process you've described would be the way of ejecting that spent shell casing?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
It's highly unusual. He said, she said slide AR-15 doesn't have a slide. Has a
Yeah,
full carrier
it's
group.
just messed up, you know.
I'm sure she's a
No,
little
I'm-
nervous.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold it against her.
No, not at all. Wouldn't.
I mean, I screw up all the time.
No, I've said stock what I meant to say brace.
Had to call you. Thank you to AEDU.
Right.
It's been previously marked as Exhibit 28. Not this specific gun, but are you familiar with guns like this type?
Yes.
And if one had a jam or had to clear, one would pull back. I don't know how to do it.
There you go. Yep.
Right here,
Correct.
correct?
Show the chart.
And that would eject the bullet that was here, correct?
Correct.
And I've got a standard ruler that I was provided by the court from the back of where the charger sits to the end of it, 4 inches. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And to clear the weapon, you have to take it all the way back and let it all the way forward.
Yes.
Which is a very obvious movement, correct?
Yep.
It takes time.
Yes.
I don't know.
Just one briefly. So if you just fired that gun,
He just flagged the
and
entire
that
courtroom.
spent shell casing didn't properly eject, rather, what would happen if you
Hi,
pulled the
Joe.
trigger then?
It
Again,
would go click, it wouldn't go bang.
so in order to fire the gun a second time after that, you would have to do that re-racking. Is
Yes,
that right?
correct.
And then if there were ammunition in the magazine, it would load another round and the gun would be ready to fire.
Correct.
That's all I have.
Depending on the manufacturer.
Yeah. Joe Juice. I don't know if they have a chamber flag. I didn't see a chamber flag. Did you see a chamber flag?
I didn't see anything. Mostly his body was in the way. He had the ruler. I'm surprised he demonstrated with the ruler but didn't call out how far he pulled, because that I think would have been significant. So there was a round from the Glock unfired on the ground, but not an unfired AR round.
Yeah, it shows that he was trying to chamber around.
Meaning bicep dude.
Bicep, the dude without
Not
an
jump
arm.
kick dude. So we don't know who jump kick dude is.
No.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear
He-
the testimony
he
you're
ran
about to give
away.
in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I'm a little shocked.
That dude looks like my fraternity brother.
State your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Frank Andrew Hernandez, also known as Drew Hernandez publicly. My last name Hernandez.
Okay. And Mr. Hernandez, can you tell us a little bit of your background in terms of what you do for work?
So I'm a professional commentator on Real America's Voice. I commentate on the news, I commentate on what's in pop culture on a daily basis, and I also do on-the-ground reporting, specifically on protests
was he shooting
and the
video
2020 riots.
And as it relates to the your on-the-ground kind of reporting is what I'm interested in. Were you in Kenosha on the evening of August 25th?
I just got the notification that I'm live.
Yes. And
Good
were
to
you
know
there
you're
to
live,
cover what was happening with the civil unrest in Kenosha?
Yes.
Only 3 hours.
And were you able to do that with some type of video equipment?
I use my iPhone, and I also use a body cam. And specifically on this night, that's what I was using to document the riots.
Now,
I don't know
after
what body
the
cam.
25th, I don't want to know where you live, but you don't live in Kenosha. Is that
No.
fair?
No.
Was there a time
it
after
cross
the
state lines?
25th that someone from law enforcement had reached out to you to try to get a hold of some of the information that you had through video?
Yes, I don't remember his name specifically, but a detective did reach out to me.
Okay. If I said it was Detective Ben Antaramian or Detective Martin Howard, does that do anything
One of
for
the
you?
two. He identified himself from Kenosha.
And were you able to make connection in some form or fashion with those law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just briefly explain kind of how that went down?
So they requested all the footage that I had, and they sent me a Dropbox link that was not sufficient. It only had, I don't know, not enough memory because the body cam footage is
They used the free version of
over 50
Dropbox.
videos. But the reason why I wasn't able to follow up was because I was covering all the riots last year. I was in Portland, Seattle, Washington, D.C., was all over the country, so I just lost track.
So is it fair to say after the civil unrest in Kenosha, your employment then took you to cover other things going on around the United States?
Yes.
And so, if I have it right, you and law enforcement had kind of not for some period of time after that.
Yes.
Was there a period of time then closer to today, or this trial, that you were able to do that?
Yes, I did that through my attorney.
And were you able then to provide to both Mr. Rittenhouse's lawyers and the prosecution a full set of the videos that you had mentioned that you had taken?
Yes.
And so my questions to you initially will be this. Were you kind of working by yourself that evening, or were you working with a team, or what?
Yes, last year I was working independently by myself.
And is it fair to say that on that night you didn't know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
I don't know if you've heard this, but there's been other people mentioned, Mr. Rosenbaum. Were you aware of who that was?
No.
Were you aware of Mr. Huber or Mr. Grosskreutz?
No.
Okay, so you had no knowledge of any of these people prior to August 25th?
Nope.
Fair? Okay. So looking back now, understanding you're familiar with who Mr. Rittenhouse is now, correct?
Yes.
Have you 7 more people get us over
had an opportunity
at the 100
on your videos to see if you had captured Mr. Rittenhouse on video, had any type of contact with him in any way?
I have had no contact with Kyle Rittenhouse, but I have looked at footage to just go over it, yes.
And does your footage capture any, excuse me, any contact, maybe not personal contact, but anything that you saw Mr. Rittenhouse doing that evening?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
So Antifa and the rioters were going head to head with the police in front of the courthouse. And as they were doing so, the police then responded. I believe they called an unlawful assembly of some sort because Antifa had their riot shields out. They were throwing rocks at the police officers. They were even trying to get inside of the hood of one of the police vehicles. And this is all documented on footage that I submitted as well. But to answer your question, when the rioters were being dispersed further down Sheridan towards the Car Source dealerships down the street, the rioters were grabbing concrete slabs. They were throwing them on the floor to create more rocks and to throw them at police officers. They were launching fireworks and other explosives that I couldn't identify. But as they were being past Car Source 2, and the rioters identified individuals with long-arm rifles on top of the building, and they immediately attempted to agitate them to try and start some conflict with
Isn't
them.
all
saying,
rifles
"You ain't
long
the police,
arms?"
you ain't the police." The rioters initiated that conflict.
Objection on a move to strike. He's speculating as to the intent of people.
I don't think so.
You need to proceed by question and answer.
Very good. Okay. So my question is this. Did you see, in reviewing your videos, did you see Mr. Rittenhouse on the 25th?
Yes, and that at that point, Kyle Rittenhouse came out of Car Source 2, and he attempted to de-escalate the situation.
Okay, so if I have this right, we've been all doing this for almost 2 weeks now. But this is the Car Source 2 or Car Doctor.
All the rifles they have, I
This is the place
don't
you're
think
talking
they
about?
had any
Yes.
SCRs.
Okay. And that is the first time that you had observed Mr. Rittenhouse, is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And you had said that you had saw him come out from inside the building.
Yes, it appeared to be.
And
Someone's running a little bit behind.
did you hear?
Uncle Joe.
Did you just see him, or did you hear anything he was
Look at the picture, Rich.
I just saw him.
And what did it,
Rich, look at the picture.
to you, what did it appear that he was doing?
In the video, Kyle has his hands like this, and he is saying
Gotcha.
something, but I can't identify what he's saying, but he clearly attempts to de-escalate the situation, and he actually is successful because the rioters then disperse.
During that evening, I know that you said you didn't know who he was, but did you, in looking back at your videos, have an opportunity
I know
to
too many
observe someone
choices.
that evening, Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
6 more people
And-
per 100.
Do you recall, just tell me where you saw him originally, if you can.
The first time I saw Mr. Rosenbaum was when the police were pushing the riders back to the gas station on Sheridan, Ultimate, I believe. And Mr. Rosenbaum was pushing a flaming dumpster on fire into police vehicles that were occupied by officers and human beings.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 149. Can you identify that? Tell me what that is, a photo of?
This is a photo of the event I just described.
Okay.
A flaming dumpster on
fire. Does
fire.
that photograph, that's a still photograph of a video that you took, is that
Yes.
right? Right. I'm going to ask that you look to your left.
Okay.
If you can play that, can you tell me if that's what you captured? Is that the video that you're talking about with Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just back it up a second? That's good. There's a person who's putting out that dumpster fire, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, or can you tell whether or not that person,
Also known as the NRA.
at least visibly, was armed?
No, not at the time.
You couldn't tell if that person was armed?
No.
Did you see, I'll ask it to you this way, that's probably a bad question. Did you see a weapon on that person?
No.
And can you just play the video then?
Dumpster no fun anymore.
Capture that video then. Was there other, did you capture Mr. Rosenbaum then doing anything again after that video?
Yes, he immediately was triggered and aggravated because an individual...
Now, why do you say that?
Because you can even hear at the end of the video, Rosenbaum is saying, "Why do you do that?" And right after this event is when they identified the individual with the fire extinguisher with the individuals with the rifles in the gas station, and their attention went from the police immediately to the individuals at the gas station.
So what I'm interested in is Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum do anything that kind of drew your attention after what we saw?
Absolutely. He led the charge into the gas station. He was getting physically aggressive. He appeared to be attempting to start a physical altercation with people in the gas station, to the point where he was telling one of the individuals with a rifle, "Shoot me, N-word, shoot me, N-word," clearly attempting to start a physical altercation.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as I think it's 150. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is right after the dumpster was put out, and Joseph Rosenbaum and other riders around him begin to turn their attention onto the individuals with rifles at the Ultimate gas station.
A little bit forward, Is that Mr. Rosenbaum that we see kind of will be on the right side of our screen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Classic Napoleon.
We gotta stick together. We got.
So you observed, that's you filming that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the last thing I'm going to ask you about is was there another time prior to the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum that you observed Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse in the same location?
Yes.
And if you know, about how long before the shooting did you see that?
So after this scene at the gas station, there was another fire at a mechanic shop a block away. Went to go document that for about 20 minutes. And when I came back is when I saw Rosenbaum in the middle of the street lighting a trash can on fire with now his identity concealed with a t-shirt over his face.
So I'm going to show you what is red marked as Exhibit 151. Can you tell me what that is?
This is when I returned to Sheridan after documenting the fire at the mechanic shop about a block away. And this is the beginning of when I see what I just described.
Okay. And I might have to stop it. So.
Hey, Rich, can you check your email and just help me with that email, please? Do you hear me, Rich? Awesome. Thank you so much. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Just reading it now.
Now, can you tell me, is this person right here? Do you know now that's Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
I didn't have a question. Do you know now that?
That's Mr. The person in that video is Mr. Rosenbaum. Now, was that did you see Mr. Rosenbaum with that mask on that you had already, the shirt wrapped around his head?
Yes.
Okay. And he appears to be walking, southbound on Sheridan?
Yes, towards Car Source 3.
Okay. Can you roll it again?
Dark says, stop watching hot yoga. And he says not to use his name Dave.
You see this person right here?
Yes.
Okay. Does that person appear to be holding something in their hand?
Yes, that is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. And does that person appear to have on something on his hands or on their hands?
Yes, purple gloves.
Okay. Is this the person right here? I know it's blurry right now, but is that the person that you saw carrying the fire extinguisher?
Yes.
With the purple gloves? Okay. Now, go ahead. If you know, or based on what you saw, did this person here with the fire extinguisher and purple gloves, did that person react to anybody else that you saw at this point? That
John,
was
I'll be right
walking
back.
In front of him?
No.
Okay. Did you see him at this point? Was he, in your opinion, did he say anything?
Yes, if you play the video further, I believe you could hear Kyle saying or requesting if anybody needs medical. And the reason why it may not be shown on this is because it's body cam, but I could see this with my own vision as I'm walking down the street.
Okay, go ahead. Now, at this point, it appears this person here is Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that right?
Yeah, if you back it up a couple seconds, you'll see him even more clearly, and that is Joseph Rosenbaum, yes.
Now, when he was walking down the street, headed south on Sheridan, he was ahead of Mr. Rittenhouse. Is that right?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Now, in this photograph or still, the video, he appears to be behind him.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you hear somebody say, "Fuck you," right?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain or make out who said that?
At the time, no.
Okay.
No.
And you see, right, Joseph Rosenbaum running after Kyle Rittenhouse. Is that about as close to the incident as you get?
At the direct time of the shooting, yes.
Did you see what Joseph Rosenbaum was doing as he was chasing Kyle Rittenhouse?
So I was at the corner of the car source, and the first thing I did identify was that Rosenbaum was charging Kyle Rittenhouse from behind. And then as he's charging him into the car source parking lot, a firearm goes off. You can see it in the frame at the top of the car.
Can I ask you this? Stop you for a second.
Yeah.
Did you hear that real time?
Hear it and saw it in real time.
Okay, go ahead.
And as the first firearm goes off, Rosenbaum is already charging Kyle from behind, attempts to throw a bag at him, not sure what's inside of it. And Kyle is right at the corner, right there, in the car source, and turns around, and Rosenbaum is lunging towards him very clearly, and Kyle fires.
And do you see that with your eyes
Yes.
that night?
Mhm.
Okay. Your contact with Kyle that evening was, just in terms of what you observed, I'm asking. Did you observe him acting in an aggressive manner to anyone that you observed?
In no way, shape, or form. The first time I saw Kyle, he actually de-escalated a situation.
Did you observe him at any time that evening pointing his firearm at anybody or threatening anybody with that firearm?
No.
Your Honor, I would move, I think it's 149 to 151, and I don't have any other questions for Mr. Hernandez.
Objection?
No.
Cross-examine.
Your Honor, do we want to take a break at some point?
I'm told the food is coming around 12:15, so why don't you go ahead now, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez.
Good afternoon.
Where do you live normally?
I live in Arizona.
So you don't live in Kenosha?
No.
Don't live in Wisconsin?
Basically, no one who
You
doesn't
came
live
up
in
here
Kenosha can come into
because
Kenosha.
you wanted to cover the things that were going on in Kenosha after the shooting of Jacob Blake. Is that fair to say?
The violent riots, yes.
The violent riots?
Yeah.
By Antifa?
There were Black Lives Matter supporters. Antifa was present. This is all documented on video, yes.
You've made a lot of videos of what you consider to be Antifa and Black Lives Matter riots in Seattle, Portland, D.C., other cities. Fair to say?
I haven't made them. I documented them.
Well,
Nice.
Did you record them?
Yes.
Okay, so when I said made, you recorded video.
Yep.
And that's because you, and then you take that video and you post it on where?
Twitter, mainly, social media.
You also have your own YouTube channel?
Yes.
Do you have your own independent website that you operate?
I do have an independent website, yes.
What's that called?
drewhlive.com.
What is that?
That's my own independent website.
But is it like a
I like that.
a news
Your own
source?
independent
Is it a
website,
blog?
is it?
Independent website
Of what type?
for myself.
Of HTML.
You characterized yourself as a professional commentator. What does that mean?
That means that I comment on the news professionally on a daily basis.
I'm a professional
Professionally meaning
commentator.
you're paid?
I'm gonna get this guy on the
Who
show.
pays you?
I am employed by Real America's Voice.
Real America's Voice?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a news
Real
commentary,
America's
breaking news website. They have their own apps and, website.
Other than getting paid by Real America's Voice, do you get paid by any other source to do your professional commentating?
No.
Is your Drew H Live website part of
Drew-
Real America's
Drew-
Voice?
No.
Drew H Live is down.
The things that you post on your website, Drew H Live, do you also share those with Real America's Voice?
Depending on what's going on where I'm at. But this is unrelated to what happened in Kenosha because I was not employed by Real America's Voice at the time.
That's something that's happened since then.
Yes.
And does Real America's Voice have any sort of political bias or agenda or anything like that?
What is developed?
It goes to the
Facts.
bias of the witness, Your Honor.
Facts.
The bias in what respect? I assume that people.
They're biased towards facts.
As I commented at the beginning, this is not a political trial.
2 to
And,
100.
I don't know how you would isolate a person's.
One more to
particular
get a 100.
Politics, and determine that that person is going to.
100. Bam.
Evaluate the evidence one way or another.
Okay, I'll move on.
Did you get those pictures taken?
Your
Yeah.
videos that you
Gonna
have
upload 'em
captured
to,
of these incidents that
my
you
Google
call
Drive.
riots,
Thanks.
they're very
I appreciate it, Rich.
slanted against the people who are rioting. You characterize them as Antifa, Black Lives Matter rioters, correct?
Because they are rioting in the footage, yes, absolutely.
So you came here to Kenosha because you felt that's what was going on here.
I felt like
Rioters
it could
will
have
riot.
possibly been a riot on the
His
first night.
website's down, but I'm
So when I
definitely
showed up,
subscribing
it turned
to
out to
him.
be a very violent riot.
And you continued to cover that on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday nights?
I covered it Sunday night. I went back to Chicago Monday and then came back Tuesday.
So you weren't here on Monday night at all?
No.
And on Tuesday night, you were recording video with your body cam?
Yeah.
You were also recording it with your cell phone?
Yes.
I'm gonna try G-Webs.
The last video that we just watched there of the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, was that recorded on your body cam or on your cell phone?
Both.
I just saw one video. Were there more than one video that you just shared with us?
There's two. There's the body cam and then there's the cell phone as well.
What was the one we just saw?
I believe that may have been both.
Where is the body cam located when you wear it on your body?
Right here.
And when you recorded the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum,
102.
where were you holding your cell phone?
Right here.
Okay, so the cell phone is, you're using your right hand, above your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Shoulder, same as my shoulder, right here.
And the body cam you said was over on the left side of your chest. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
The video that we just saw had a single angle. It didn't have two separate angles. So when you tell us that's both, I don't understand what you mean.
That means that there's two recordings of the same thing, and that's why I submitted to the defense and the prosecution the entire videos. There's maybe about 80 to 100 videos that you guys could examine for yourself.
I know all that. What I'm asking you is what we just watched. Which camera were you using to record that?
Both.
Is that video edited?
No, I have not edited it, but it has been put together at the right time, the timing.
Who did that?
That's edited.
I did that.
So you combined two video sources into one?
With the same timing and audio, but at the same time, it could also be seen, the jury could see for themselves. If they look at the body cam footage, it's the exact same thing.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Don't wag your head in response to the witness's answer.
What you said, if the jury looks at the body cam footage, is that separate from the cell phone footage?
Yeah, there's obviously two devices recording.
And you're telling us that the video that we just watched, can we have Exhibit 151 played again, please? Mr. Hernandez, we have the video that was the last one played for you, Exhibit 151 up on the screen. Can we play that forward, please? Now, as we're watching this video, Mr. Hernandez, you're telling us that what we're seeing has been recorded by two separate devices at the same time?
This is a body cam.
Okay. Is there a point in this video where it switches to your cell phone?
Yes.
Can you please point that out to us?
You'd have to fast forward all the way to when I get to car source 3.
Can we skip, let's skip to the 2.5 minute mark, I guess? I don't know. Let's pause right there.
A little further back.
Okay, can we go back maybe 30 seconds? I don't know.
A little further back. Right, little start right here.
Okay.
I'll tell you when it switches.
Okay.
I like this
Can we
guy
play
though.
from here, please?
Yeah, a little further up.
Why don't we hit play right now?
So he referred to protesters
Is the
as
switch
rioters.
going to occur
Yes, because they're rioting.
after this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And burning dumpsters are burning.
Right there. Our little, hold on, here it goes. Right there.
Okay. Thank you. So what you did is you took a portion of your body cam video and a portion of your cell phone video and you spliced them together.
I don't know if I would say splice, but I put them together.
That's an old-fashioned movie term from when they used to have actual film. Why did you do that?
Because it's the same exact event. Like I said, you could take a look at the body cam footage as well. You could see it as well on there.
And you're testifying here today that through your attorney, you have provided the defense and the state with that entire incident recorded on both your body cam and on your cell phone?
Yep.
But what we just saw was your editing of them together.
You guys asked for my footage, so I gave it to you.
Through your attorney?
Yes.
That's an attorney that you have out of Madison?
Why did it matter?
Well, Your Honor, we've had a lot of questions about other
What's
people.
the relevance of this?
Uh-oh.
I would like to know why he felt the need to retain an attorney to provide video in this case. I think it goes to bias. I think it goes to credibility. It's been asked of other
Let's take
witnesses.
the lunch break. Please don't talk about the case
Uh-oh.
during the break.
Uh-oh.
What just happened?
The judge is about to freaking tear him a new asshole. He broke the burger for lunch.
So the prosecutor did what?
Hey.
I'm going to pretend I'm talking to John. Hey, John, how's it going, man? Yeah, I miss you too, buddy. We should talk more often. Let's see. John, John Burton says the prosecutor is an untrustworthy person. If that was only the case, if that is being totally pleasant. I'm trying to figure what game the prosecutors
We've already
play.
heard other witnesses be asked about why they've retained an attorney before they testify in this case. But in particular, this defendant is represented by the same law firm that employs one of the defense experts. So I believe that goes to bias.
Did you want to respond?
I think the only question that came up about a lawyer was when Mr. Grosskreutz had filed the $10 million lawsuit, which is clearly bias evidence. There was a hearing on that.
Yeah, well, there was also testimony by Mr. Yeah, about his employing an attorney after his interview with the district attorney's office.
And Mr. De Bruin, he explained why he had done that based on what he believed to be the conversations with Mr. Binger. The fact that somebody hires a lawyer in and of itself doesn't make them biased.
Yeah, I don't see where, he may do it for proprietary reasons. People have received a lot of his material that I assume he has copyright to. I don't know, I'm just assuming, but he's a business person. So I don't know if he's got corporate or business interests in that. The mere fact that he hired a lawyer, I don't see where that's probative of bias.
It's not simply that he hired a lawyer. He hired a lawyer to provide us with this evidence. It would be one thing if he hired a lawyer to organize the articles of incorporation for his business and it had nothing to do with the evidence in this case.
No,
the lawyer
I disagree.
Was the
This guy's a liar.
That gave us this evidence. That was I presume, and I'd like to ask, I presume that was Mr. Hernandez's choice not to give it to us directly. And again, there's
I
been
would
some
have hired a
testimony
lawyer
about
to
him
handle. Like if
providing
I was
some
there
things
shooting
to the
video,
detectives
I would have
by
hired a
Dropbox,
lawyer to handle it.
and then not providing other things. And I'd like to probe that. And now in the
That
middle
you
of
can
trial,
ask.
right? And now in the middle of trial, suddenly we're getting a whole bunch more through an attorney. And so it's not just that he's hiring a random attorney. He's hiring an attorney that is with the same law firm as one of their expert witnesses.
Who's that?
Is it Henley Burrish?
What was that? I'm sorry.
I've got the name of the firm here, Your Honor, if I could have 1 second.
Hurley Burris is the firm.
Hurley Burrish is the firm. They are out of Madison. And the defense has retained Peyton, Peyton, Engel, Engel, as an expert witness. He's employed by the same firm that also is representing this witness. So I think that
And the
goes
point
to
being?
bias.
Do you have an expert from a law firm? Is that what you're telling me? Am I understanding that right?
The expert did a phone dump. So they have an expert who does what you would describe as when law enforcement takes a cell phone and does a search of the phone.
Sure, okay.
That's what he did. They employ someone there to do it for anyone. And we used that person to do it for Mr. Rittenhouse. They did no legal work, and as that term for a lawyer-client kind of thing. He did it to do, I think it's a Cellbrite extraction.
If you asked me to do a phone dump, in addition to thinking, I would.
Did the judge just make a phone dump joke?
I don't know.
This is a law firm, Your Honor, that's getting presumably paid by the defense for expert witness
I'll be right back.
services,
I'm going to take a
and
phone dump.
presumably paid by this witness to represent him. There's a commonality there, and that, I believe, shows bias. Now, you may see it differently, the jury may see it differently, but I'd like to explore this, and the jury can evaluate how that affects the credibility of this witness. But it's not something where he's hiring an attorney to help him buy a piece of property or get him out of a divorce or something like that. It's directly pertaining to the evidence that he's testifying about in this case.
Well, I
spit it out.
Probably will allow this. I want to think about it for the next half hour. But I don't know if we're headed anywhere that's going to get us something of value.
No. Sleazy doesn't begin to describe it.
You're introducing on the subject of bias, which of course is, bias evidence is admissible because it calls into credibility the witnesses, it calls into question the witnesses' credibility. He's generally just presented videos. There has been some testimonial statement, but I'll permit it, I think, somewhat, but you're talking about his employing a law firm, and for reasons we've already discussed, there's going to be a limit. In fact, I think I shut down somebody I was told not to inquire further on representation. Discussion with an attorney, I think it was Mr. Sharafi asked about something and I wouldn't let him do it. So it's going to be a closely watched door. All right, anything else?
What time do you want to start?
Let's hope for 1 o'clock. I don't know. Hope the Asian food isn't coming. Isn't on one of those.
Did he say
boats on,
Asian?
Long Beach Harbor.
You should say
But
Far
let's,
East.
Aim for 1 o'clock.
Okay, so did the judge, did he or did he not make a phone poop joke?
I'm just pissed off right now.
Really? Better than being pissed on. What's going on?
No, I had a big leak, and now my force wants to give it to someone else. So,
Is it someone else I know?
no, it's not even it's.
Oh, my phone's ringing.
Yeah, it's a mainstream reporter.
I don't know, John. That's Dean saying, "Where's my General Chow's chicken?"
So yeah, whatever.
That could be, yeah, whatever. Especially if you've done work on, if you've invested time and resources in developing the story.
Yep.
So yeah, I would. Anyhow,
You gotta honor your leak's wishes, but
I was gonna say you've got to deal with that because it may be worthwhile in the future to keep in his good graces. So, John, I don't want to you're like my internet wife, and I don't want to like make it like we're best friends or anything like that. I mean, we talk probably several times a day. Most days of the week we're live streaming together. So it's not like we grew up next door and we've hung out for years. In the last, I don't know, 6-9 months, whatever, we become close, and we've met each other probably less than 10 times, maybe 5 times. Anyhow, all of that big preamble to get to a small point. You and I haven't shot together at the range. But if I ran over to you while you're shooting an AR-15 and started grabbing at your rifle, what would you do?
I would probably shoot you.
And I'm not saying that's unreasonable. Now, we're friends. Have we ever had an argument or yelled at each other?
Nope.
Have you ever seen me out of control yelling or screaming? Maybe that's a bad question.
Nope.
So you have no reason to think that I'm violent or that I'm going to commit violence against you or anyone else. But if we were at a range and I ran over to you and started pulling at your AR-15, I would say it's a very reasonable thing to, keep the gun in your possession and probably fire off a round in the guy trying to take the gun from you. So when they were like, well, he was chasing you and you turned around and you pointed the gun at him. I'm like, if I'm running with a pistol or an AR or whatever it may be, and somebody's chasing me and I stop for some reason, hell yeah. I'm going to, as a deterrent, and let me get this out of the way. The best gunfight is the one you avoid. And I'm sure Kyle Rittenhouse would say the same right now.
I think he would say it before.
Yes. If at all possible, if you can de-escalate, if you can avoid. I mean, I've been called out by my wife. My wife's like, how come you didn't stand up to him? I'm like, and if that escalated, where would that go? You know, I'm like, I'm thinking, you know, several steps ahead. But I think all of us want to avoid any reasonable person. It's not like I have a number of firearms and a whole bunch of ammo and loaded magazines and that I want a conflict. I want to avoid a conflict at all costs. Just like I have fire extinguishers. I have several in my house. I don't want a fire. I don't want to have to fight a fire. And because I have more than one fire extinguisher doesn't mean I want more than one fire. Same way, all of my cars have safety belts. I think that's, when you put it into perspective like that, I think it makes the 30 rounds a dumb argument. That's, I mean, you'd be dumb to have a half-loaded magazine. Would you have a half-loaded fire extinguisher? Would you only wear a lap belt instead of a shoulder belt? You know, I just think this stuff is crazy, crazy arguments. But again, if, let's see, Swamp Dog. Oh, active self-protection. I'm not sure who active self-protection is. Swamp Dog dropped a link here. I think for some people, they could be easily led into, like, if you're not a gun guy, if you're not a CCW, if you haven't done training, maybe you have a gun and a permit, but you know things seem reasonable. And my dad was in the National Guard, and he was an MP in the National Guard, and we're talking about the Zimmerman case. And so one shot, they were wrestling, and if I recall, and you know, feel free anybody to correct me, that they were wrestling for the gun. My dad says, well, he didn't have to use the kill shot. Like, serious? Potential spam. I will not answer that. You know, I don't know what a kill shot is versus a wound shot, versus a when you're wrestling to keep control of a firearm and you get the muzzle pointed in the bad guy's direction. I say fire. That's, you know, you're beyond the, hey, can I de-escalate? Can I avoid the situation? This is now life and death. If somebody is wrestling you for your firearm, and whether it's grabbing the barrel, I'll use my tripod here. If I'm grabbing the barrel, if John and I are at the range and I'm grabbing the barrel of John's AR-15, if he pulls away, he should pop a round out. That's a life and death situation there. And I just find it very disingenuous the way the prosecutor went about this. And the whole thing is a sham. It really is a sham, because this is self-defense. Can you imagine, John, if you or I were in Kyle Rittenhouse's situation and we weren't running around with blue gloves and a medic kit, we weren't on video cleaning graffiti that morning. I mean, this kid, like, so you're telling me this bloodthirsty white racist went cross state lines with a long, big, bad AR-15 with 30 rounds of ammo in a magazine, one magazine, and to clean graffiti and pick up garbage and put out dumpster fires, and then he shot up a crowd of people. No, they were attacking him. He got hit in the head with a skateboard twice. He had the guy that was antagonistically yelling at him, shoot me, shoot me. If I find you alone later, I'm going to kill you and cut your heart out. I just, John and I had a conversation last night. If I was the prosecuting attorney, I was asked to prosecute this case, I would quit my job if I couldn't get out of prosecuting this case. You got to have some honor. This is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Hey, we're gonna take a break for lunch. I guess we'll probably be back. I'll be back in like a half an hour. I got to make some phone calls and bitch
I'm
at
not
people.
done talking.
I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Uh-oh. Crump's my boss. Is my phone gonna ring? Is he gonna tell me I did something wrong?
You did nothing wrong. I'm just pissed off. One fucking.
Yeah, Dark, we're just going to keep the stream rolling while there's no action. There's probably going to be a break for like another 28 minutes until they come back from lunch. And is Crump's mic hot? Okay, and I muted Crump's mic. Hey Vanessa, how's it going? We're on a break probably for another 13 minutes. Let's see. I'm trying to think what has happened. They had somebody testify to video evidence, the sequence of events and what occurred. They had a, I guess, evidence officer, police officer come in, testify about the cartridges that were found, the casings that were found. And let's see, there's this last guy that came in is a reporter, and he had cell phone footage and body camera footage of the event and was testifying towards it. In favorable to Rittenhouse, they broke just before they would have broken for lunchtime because the prosecutor started asking the guy that had the cell phone footage and the body camera footage why he secured an attorney, and kind of painting it's like you're working with the defense or you have something to hide. And the judge, rightly so, when I say threw a fit, I don't mean that in a derogatory term towards the judge. I'm saying that with respect to the defense attorney and his anger that persists because the prosecutor, boy, I got to get this right. The prosecutor keeps, poking the bear and has not backed down, which I just think is way off the charts nutso. So that's what's going on. Let's see, let me click back here. How come I can't get back? Okay. Ooh, whoever this Sarah with some number, you are a troll. So Kyle is a sad and pathetic little kid using an AR to compensate, just like you all sad and pathetic Trump-loving conservatives. None of these conservatives could roll with me and the Marines. Yeah, whatever. These white boys need to stop LARPing and join the army as cannon fodder like real men. God, it's so cringe. Of course, his name is Kyle. LOL. Sarah, I'm not sure what you identify as, male, female, animal, mineral, vegetable. So it's not sad and pathetic to burn other people's property, to riot, to loot, to vandalize. But Kyle, who is out there, and I believe the kid. I believe he's sincere. I believe that he wanted to help people. If I said I wanted to help people and that I was there to give medical aid and didn't have a med kit with me, you'd call me a liar. If I said I was there to help the community and wasn't on video that day seen cleaning up graffiti off of walls, you could call me a liar. Kyle there was to help. He wasn't there to burn, to loot, to protest, to injure anyone. Quite the opposite. So I'm not sure who you're siding with and who you think is the good guy in this situation. I am 100% not for violence, and you can call me whatever you want. I did not join the military. I've never been a member of the military. Do I have firearms? Do I have a CCW? Do I have an AR-15 or a number of similar fire? Absolutely. I hope never to have to use them. And just like John and I were talking earlier, same thing with a fire extinguisher. I have more than one fire extinguisher. It's not that I'm looking for many fires. I'm just want to be prepared. I certainly don't expect a fire, and I would do everything I could to prevent a fire. And like I've personally said, if you've listened to the stream, the best gunfight is the one you avoid. And I'm not looking here to escalate, to call people names, and maybe I did that in a bit by saying I don't know what Sarah identifies as. And Sarah, I'm assuming, is a woman's name, not a man's name. But I'm going to say she for not knowing any better. In case you're wondering, my pronouns are Star Lord and Savior of the Universe. So if you would please identify me as such, I'd greatly appreciate it. I I don't know. I think people like this, I think a lot of people project, and calling Kyle a sad and pathetic little kid using an AR to compensate, I have no idea how well endowed Kyle is or is not. And for whatever reason, I don't believe Kyle needs an AR to compensate. I'm not a psychologist and I haven't interviewed him. So for you to go off on somebody like that, I think speaks volumes about yourself. Am I putting my foot in my mouth again? I'm not sure where that's going, but oh, by my pronouns, or what are you saying? And I don't know if Kyle is or isn't a Trumper. I don't know. I don't care. I saw a kid that got attacked by some psychologically deranged person that was just let out of a mental institution. And then, as he wanted to flee and go to the police and turn himself in, like every mass shooter would do, right? He was attacked further by other people, hit in the head with a skateboard, and come after by Mr. Bicep dude who had a Glock in his hand and got his bicep blown off. And I don't know if you want to call me like a pro level LARPer or whatever. I don't run around kitted out or anything like that. I grab my AR, I go to the range, I shoot from a bench, I shoot in various different positions. I have never, run around with an AR, with a single point sling or anything like that in public or even in private. So as far as I'm concerned, this kid is doing crap that I would expect to be doing with like my PS90. It's he dealt with the AR-15 as you would doing close quarter combat CQB, which an AR wouldn't be the first selection for me. My PS90 would be the first thing I would select to do that. Yeah, and so Dark is chiming in here. Oh, did I miss? I got to get a JSD affiliate link. And JSD is truly the shizzle. They definitely are good guys. Mr. FNH, how are you, sir? So let's see, what's Dark saying? So Dark is talking to every human's right of self-preservation. I fully agree on that, and I fully support people's right to self-preservation. And I believe you should be able to do that with whatever tools you are skilled with and deem most effective to yourself. And let's see, our good friend Sarah has not come back. So Sarah 069420. So the 69, I guess you can figure out what that is. 420 is what pot smokers usually talk about, whether it's April 20th or 4:20 p.m. Clever. The double darkness bonus. Nice joke. All right, so we may be 3 minutes away from ramping up again. I am gonna run around the corner of my desk here because I want to jump and do something. Let me just click on this. What happens if I click there? Ooh, okay, that's how it appears. Where is, yes, and so Dark has an affiliate link with JSD. So if you want to support Dark, use that affiliate link. Oh, Joe Morris is double dipping between the trials. Oh, hey, my friends, Josh, and the other two Joshes. Black Diamond's Guns and Gear is out here. So we're probably going to start up the trial in 2 minutes. At the top of the hour, they're due to be back. And I was just on 7/6 Tuesday, which is the Black Diamond Guns and Gear podcast. So we recorded on, was it Saturday or Sunday? And it aired on Tuesday. So if you go take a look on YouTube for 7/6 Tuesday, if I was slightly more intelligent and handy with computer devices, I would be able to post a link. Question mark AFF. Is that as F or as FF? So if you go to JSD supply and after the whatever part that ends the URL, if you put in question mark AFF equals 24, that's Dark's affiliate link. And 2A-EDU, hey buddy, how's it going, man? 2A-EDU is a Black Swan Media and Black Swan Tactical friend, and there is Black Swan Tactical gear with 2A-EDU's design. So if you want to go there and take a look. Dark, you just copying me again. Oh my gosh. I can't believe you. You're 7/6 Tuesdays. You're going to be on 7/6 Tuesdays. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna call up Josh and tell him that he can't have you on. I don't think it's right. And as my browser slowly turns, and no, if you hear us teasing, we're just goofing on each other. We're all good friends. So Dark is a good friend. Black Diamond Guns and Gear is a good friend. 2A-EDU is a good friend. Oh yeah, so Vanessa Kitty's talking about the DA's lapel pin, and I'm not sure. Somebody said it was like an LGBT something inclusivity, something something. And like Dark said, like besties. So this is the link. I dropped it in the chat here. Bookmark it for later. That's me on 7/6 Tuesday with the Black Diamond Guns and Gears. See, I'm going through BDD, Black Diamond Guns and Gear, and like DLD. I'm like, no, it's Black Diamond, BD, and 2A. There's too many characters, too many alphabet stuff going on. It's like ATF, FBI, CIA. Dark saying it's his Antifa pin chapter member, right? Right? Could you imagine how people's minds, like their heads would explode if somebody had like a MAGA pin or an American flag pin. I said he's a white supremacist. I love how they describe Kyle as a white supremacist who offed two white guys and debicepted another guy. So 2ADU, how is Michigan going? Is it above freezing or below freezing where you're at? Because let's see, is it really? Oh, 77 degrees right here, right now. Did Kyle disarm the guy? Is that a bad joke? Too soon? Uh-oh. Vanessa, I'm sorry, man. Wow. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Rock the American flag lapel pin and the P90. It's funny. Yeah, my wife puts like flag stickers on her car, you know, like slightly maybe dollar bill size flags, because this way she can tell her car apart. Vanessa says near freezing. Oh, hey, Dark, in your Discord, is there an affiliate link? Joe Morris is asking. Dude, too many choices. So there was a joke when Bloomberg was mayor in Manhattan that technically, all right, I should say mayor of Manhattan, that's technically wrong. It's the 5 boroughs that make up New York City, the 5 counties that make up New York City. So Bloomberg was mayor of New York City, and there was a shooting at the Empire State Building, and the cops, NYPD, and I'm a big fan of supporting the blue, but this is too funny not to make the joke. NYPD shot like 8 bystanders, I believe. And the joke that was made on late night TV was they all had big gulps, because at the time, Bloomberg was against the big gulp. You could get 2 gulps, but not 1 big gulp. It was his logic. And Bloomberg also suffers from the Napoleon complex. Bloomberg, the billionaire that wants to take away your guns because only he should have armed security. And it's 2:06. They should have been back from lunch by now. Oh man. First off, Vanessa Kitty is super interesting, and God bless you. I hope you recover from that eye issue. Yeah, yeah. So Bloomberg, I think he paid like $250 million to get like 8 votes from Guam or so. You know, 8. Uh... Texas Bullet, how's it going, man? I am running I control the horizontal, the vertical. I am running the Crump channel, the dark channel, and my channel simultaneously. So yeah, we're just waiting to get spun up here again. Yeah, I'm not sure. Alex says squad. Does he mean to say squadron? The Twilight Zone, yes. Um, and in case you missed the video yesterday, I walked out to the front, got the mail. I have a Trump flag and an American flag at the end of my driveway on the property line. And I'm home 24/7. So as the flag with the alligator says, F around, find out. The with James Kirk, too many choices. That was William Shatner in that episode, I believe, right? With the gremlin on the wing of the plane. Uh-oh, I got something super secret. I'm going to turn my mic off so I can listen.
and decide who gets to buy the cheapest functional Lamborghini on earth. And so I'm excited to see what you guys come up with. People have already mentioned some amazing ideas, as I've sort of hinted at the idea that this might be the outcome with the car. And it's certainly a whole lot more fun. Now, you don't have to make content with it. We do want to hear what's going on, so we'll come with an open invitation to come back sometime next year and let us know how it is going with whatever it is that you plan to do. I did put a link in the description below to a listing for this car on Auto Tempest, so be sure to check that out for a little bit more information. No, it is not a perfect example of a $140,000 Gallardo that you get to buy for 35 grand. It's got issues.
Folks, and you can be seated.
Not
And
perfect, but we're going through the process.
I have overruled the last objection, so go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Hernandez.
You had indicated that you have provided with both the defense and the state with your full footage from the night of August 25th. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did that through an attorney from a law firm from Madison, correct?
Yes.
And that's an attorney whose firm is also providing services to the defendant in this case.
Today is the first time I'm hearing of this, so I don't have any bias because I just heard about this today.
After this incident, the shooting occurred on August 25th, 2020. You posted videos in support of the defendant after that, correct?
Can you repeat the date one more time?
After the shooting on August 25th, 2020, you posted videos on social media in support of the defendant, didn't you?
Define support.
You posted videos that you felt would help his case by showing aggressive behavior on the part of Joseph Rosenbaum, for example.
I posted the same video that is evidence today.
And in your commentary associated with that video, you made some disparaging remarks about Mr. Rosenbaum, didn't you?
What would you say is that?
Do you remember what you said?
I'd like to hear it.
So you don't remember what you said?
I have no idea. I post on Twitter many times a day. I posted many videos. If you could specify what exactly you're talking about, I could correctly answer you.
Sir, I'm going to ask you a question under oath. Have you...
I will tell you that I don't typically permit lawyers to remind people that they're under oath. And it's happened a few times in the case here. It's not permitted. I don't think most judges do allow it. Of course, they're under oath. So it's actually a suggestion by the questioner that the witness is not being truthful, and you're welcome to argue that at the end of the trial, but don't use it as a preface to your questions. Okay?
Have you ever posted anything on social media?
Yes.
In support of Kyle Rittenhouse?
One could argue yes.
You've also been watching this trial while it's been going on, correct?
Yes.
And when you've been testifying, you've been referring to the defendant by his first name, Kyle, correct?
Yes.
And you've been referring to the first person that he killed as Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Instead of Joe or Joseph, correct? Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you, as you sit here today, do you personally know the defendant?
No.
But yet you call him by his first name?
That's his legal name. What else am I supposed to call him?
Mr. Rittenhouse or the defendant?
I'm going to interject here. I do have a rule that is honored in the breach, as Chaucer wrote, that witnesses are to be addressed formally, so that there's no distinction between classes and races and that type of thing. Except I do permit an attorney representing the defendant to use a first name, because that would be the normal mode of address between a lawyer and a client. I would tell you that throughout this trial and every other, people slip into calling people by their first names, and if it's brought to my attention, then I discourage it or even stop it. But just so you know, it generally should be Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, okay? Okay, thanks.
You testified that you observed Mr. Rittenhouse. You made a hand gesture. You characterized him as trying to de-escalate the situation. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you wearing your body cam when that happened?
Yes.
Do you have footage of that?
Yes.
Have we seen that yet?
It's been submitted to you guys.
Right, but was it played when you testified?
No.
You also characterized, well, there was a video that was played of the incident at the Ultimate gas station with Mr. Rosenbaum and the dumpster. Fair to say?
The flaming dumpster.
You were personally at that location when that all happened, correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant?
I cannot recall. I was not there. Or I can't
You were there.
recall he was there or not. Yes, I was there.
You never saw him at that scene, correct?
No.
You also mentioned that at one point you observed a fire at a mechanic shop. Do you remember where that was?
It was a couple blocks away from Sheraton. I don't remember exactly.
That was some tires
Yes.
that were on fire in the middle of that lot, correct?
Yes.
And you have no idea who started that fire?
No.
You're not here testifying that Mr. Rosenbaum started that fire?
No.
You're not here testifying that anyone else in this case started that fire, correct?
I have no idea who started that fire.
In the video that we played earlier, this is the video where you're walking down the street, you see the tipped over garbage can, the road, people lighting on fire, and then you start walking in the same direction as the defendant. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, Rosenbaum.
It was
Joseph Rosenbaum.
It was Rosenbaum, furthest south on Sheridan, Mr. Rittenhouse, and then I don't know if you know this individual. There's a Richie McGinnis. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
And he was heading in that same direction between you and the defendant. Is that fair to say?
Yes, based upon the footage, yes.
And you're aware that there comes a time in the video that you made where the defendant starts to run. Do you remember that?
I didn't make any videos.
Recorded.
Yes.
There comes a time in the video you recorded in which you saw Mr. Rittenhouse start running. Is that fair to say?
After Joseph Rosenbaum was lighting a fire in the middle of the street, he had his face covered, and he stopped and started going towards car source 3, walking. And a couple seconds after, you see Kyle Rittenhouse walk past the frame with a fire extinguisher.
The question I was asking you, though, sir, is there comes a time after that where in your video Mr. Rittenhouse starts running towards that car source. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. McGinnis, who is between you and the defendant, also starts running.
Yes.
And you start running.
Yes.
Why?
Because the rioters were saying en route to car source, en route to car source, and someone yelled out either burn in hell or burn inside or burn it down. It's hard to make out. But they were clearly displaying riotous, arsonist behavior prior to that, and covering riots all of 2020. I could tell something violent was about to happen.
Such as an arson or a fire?
Possibly, yes.
What else could possibly have happened?
At the time, that's what I was thinking.
So you were mostly concerned about running to get there in time to cover what you thought was going to be a fire?
Yes.
Was your decision to start running based on you seeing the defendant start to run?
No.
So you just independently decided to run at that time?
I just told you, people were saying en route to car source. Someone said burn in hell, burn it down. And the prior nights, the rioters were burning down buildings in Kenosha.
The people that you quote as saying those things, they're walking down the middle of the road, weren't they?
Some were walking, yes.
The people that say those things don't start running at the same time you do they?
I couldn't tell who said it.
Did you, these people you're characterizing as arsonists, rioters, whatever language you're using, were any of them running towards the 63rd car source?
Some were way ahead of me, in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to tell.
So you didn't know whether those people way ahead of you were running or not?
No, it'd be too far to tell.
So I know you said you started running. What other people around you were running at that very moment? If you know.
Richie was in front of me, so I think Richie McGinnis was the one that started running, and then while we started hearing all of the noise and people saying burn it down, that's when I started to go run towards the car source.
So,
3.
So one of the factors in your decision to start running was the fact that you saw Mr. McGinnis start to run.
Yes, one of the factors.
And you you post on Twitter, correct?
Yes.
And you have a Twitter name that is at Drew H Live.
Yes.
Is that right? And Drew H Live is your show that you have, or your website, correct?
Yes, on YouTube.
Okay. And you tweeted about this incident on the night of August 25th, didn't you?
Yes.
Shortly after everything happened.
Yes.
And you were talking about an armed citizen who opened fire on a rioter,
Yes.
right? And you characterized the rioters as planning to burn down the car dealership, correct?
Yes.
And it seems like you're suggesting then that the defendant, he's the armed citizen that you're referring to, right?
Yes.
That he is, in your opinion, took necessary action to stop these rioters. That's what your tweet is basically suggesting, right?
At the time, it appeared that he was attempting to protect the local business from
So-
violent rioters that had already displayed that behavior 2 nights prior.
So this is an example, and this is, by the way, this is at 11:35 p.m. on August 25th, 2020. I know you said you're from Arizona. Is it possible that this was Arizona time, so 2 hours behind us? Because the shootings hadn't happened here until about 11:50 p.m. So I'm wondering if that's why there might be a time difference. Do you know?
No, I posted that. Are you referring to the video of the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum?
That's part of it, yes.
Okay, yeah, I posted that specific video maybe about 20 minutes after it happened, the original video.
And by that time, you had made a conclusion in your own mind that what the defendant did was the right thing. Fair to say?
I would have to take a look at the specific tweets to remember what I was saying and why I was saying it.
This is the tweet from 11:35 p.m. on August 25th, 2020, which in Kenosha would have been before the shooting actually occurred. And you say, it appears an armed citizen was defending the car dealership and opened fire on the rioter who was attempting to vandalize or burn the dealership down. Before the shooting took place, the rioters were planning to burn down their, quote, next car dealership, end quote. Do you remember that tweet?
Yes.
And that was shortly after this all happened.
Yes.
Now, you were also asked if you had observed various individuals that night, and you've told us about your observations of Joseph Rosenbaum. Fair?
Yes.
And have you showed us or talked about all of the observations or videos that you have with regard to Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Do you know if you have any that pertain to Gage Grosskreutz?
No.
No, I don't know, or no, I don't.
No, I don't know. It's a lot of footage. I would have to go through a lot of footage. He might run through a frame randomly. So that's what I would say.
Can we pull up Exhibit 152, please? And we're going to play this at the 1 minute and 51 second mark. All right, Mr. Hernandez, are you able to see that okay?
Yes.
All right, can we play that, please? Pause. There is an individual who is crouching on the ground wearing a blue hat with what appears to be some white lettering on it. Do you see the person I'm talking about?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I do not right now off the top of my head.
Is there any disagreement that that's Gage Grosskreutz? And you were recording this because there's someone on the ground there that appears to be injured and is being treated by medics. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because they were rioting.
Okay. Let's go to exhibit number 153. Oh, Karen, are you okay? Do you need a tissue or anything? Okay. Let's go to exhibit 153 at the 40-second mark, please. Can we back it up 10 seconds, please? Go ahead.
Boss!
Mr. Hernandez, is this video that you recorded on your body cam?
Yes.
And did you see something that was being shown in your direction?
Yes, a laser.
Where was that coming from?
I have no idea.
You recorded this video maybe a lot or two away, a house property away from the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's a laser coming from someone who was up on the roof of that car source, right?
Yes.
And you're holding up your press badge because you're worried that someone who's pointing that laser at you is also, at the same time, pointing a gun at you, correct?
Yes.
And that made you fearful for your safety, didn't it?
The context of this is the rioters had already attempted to get into, spark some kind of confrontation. That's what I testified to earlier.
Sir,
So then they went behind this
Sir.
building and started throwing rocks at the people on top of the building.
You're,
Okay.
my question was very simple. When that person on the roof is shining that laser pointer at you and you think that they're pointing a gun at you, that made you fear for your safety, didn't it? He didn't answer that.
Question? What did you say?
Asked and answered. He said
Do you recall the question?
Yes, because I didn't want to be misidentified as a rioter.
And you were fearful for your safety at that moment, weren't you?
I'm always fearful in the midst of riots.
Sir?
Good answer.
At that moment, when that person on the roof is pointing a laser pointer at you and you think there's a gun pointed at you, you were fearful for your safety, weren't you?
Because I didn't want to get misidentified as a rioter.
Are you able to answer that question with a yes or a no?
I will say in fairness, I think the witness has answered it now.
Fair enough. I have no further questions.
A couple. Mr. Hernandez, do you believe that posting videos of what you saw was done to help Kyle?
No, because at the moment I posted all these videos on social media, I had no idea who Kyle Rittenhouse was or Joseph Rosenbaum the night of the riot.
And the purpose of posting the videos was what?
To report. I'm a journalist. I'm a reporter.
Mr. Binger had showed you a picture of or a video of the green laser thing.
Mm-hmm.
Any idea who did that?
I have no idea.
Nothing else.
You say you're a journalist and a reporter?
Yes.
Earlier you identified yourself as a professional commentator.
All the above.
Is it your practice as a journalist to interject your personal opinion into the stories you're reporting on?
No.
But you did that here.
Where?
On August 25th, a few minutes after these shootings, you posted on Twitter your opinion as to whether the defendant in your mind was right or wrong in doing what he did, correct?
No, I said apparently at the beginning of that statement.
What effect does that have?
It means apparently. It doesn't mean that this is 100% my opinion.
You had already jumped to a conclusion, an apparent conclusion at that moment, right?
That's what apparently means.
But that's not what journalists do, right?
Objection, judge is argumentative.
Where we're headed here.
Has he watched
I'll be
MSNBC?
done. Thank you.
Okay, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
That dude was solid.
Oh yeah.
Objection.
No.
Received.
Your Honor, we're to the point, I think, where we need to get the information from Mr. Black and Armstrong. I believe my associate has emailed the updated report to your clerk. And once that's done, I think we're done. I do wish that all the pictures that Nathan DeBrune viewed be published to the jury. I never did that when I moved them into evidence.
You'll have to give the numbers you want to show to the
Okay.
jury,
I can find that.
but you can do that.
It's like black and white. You want just black and white, you know, color.
I don't think there's any difference. That's
I like it. I like how he's like. So. Yes, but that. Well, that's what apparently means.
It really does seem like a lot of the witnesses are trolling the prosecution.
The prosecutor's coming off as a arrogant douchebag. Yeah, it's already. You missed it, man. The dude was like perfect interview. I already emailed him.
Oh yeah.
Can I give those?
Yes.
So now we haven't had a use of force expert come on.
Yeah, I thought that was going to happen today, but maybe I don't know. Yeah, Dark. I would love to interview the Safety Docs podcast. Also, I'm going to put Drew Hernandez's email page in. I mean, not email, but YouTube page. There you go. He did really well.
Heck yeah.
He's definitely a conservative.
So Safety Doc says, give me a call. So Crumpy, flash that contact us page if you want to be on the show again. Want to be on the show? Fill out the application at www.johncrumplive.com.
Oh my goodness. I'm waiting for my burrito to get here.
Burrito. You getting it from the same place I got mine?
No, I'm getting it from Savage Burrito.
Wait, no, I had Chinese food. It's like we were going to go to the burrito shop, but they were closed, right?
Yeah, it's like close for some reason.
It's like, oh, 5:01. We're closed.
They closed early.
Stoner says, I hope the judge yells at the prosecutor again. It'll happen. If his lips are moving, it'll happen.
He just has that thing where he basically asks over and over again if he doesn't like the answer.
Yes.
Let me rephrase that. Did you get the pictures back over to that guy, Rich?
Dude, I CC'd you. Check your email.
I don't know, man. I had my meltdown.
I'm all over it. I'm sending you ice cream to help you with your meltdown.
All I know is when. Oh yeah, that's right. I read it. All I know is when people are done with you, they throw you away.
Ooh.
Hi, Vanessa Kitty. What are they doing?
I don't know. Last I heard, the defense asked about showing the jury certain evidence.
Oh my goodness. Come on, guys.
So Vanessa's asking, did the judge have a chat with the prosecutor? Yes, so they did clear the courtroom, and the judge had a talk with the prosecutor again today. But it wasn't as
Explosive?
whatever. Yeah, I didn't want to say explosive, but whatever. It wasn't as energetic as the prior days.
Or Energeti X? Okay, I'm gonna go get my food. Be right back.
Food, glorious food. Explosive like a hollow point. I see bicepless people. So somebody just sent me a comment saying this trial is becoming a circus. I'm not a big fan of video in courtrooms because, like with Lancito and the O.J. Simpson, it became all about the TV coverage. So I'm actually not a fan of video in the courtroom. So it ain't just Point. It says I don't think a good prosecutor could win this case, let alone that clown. And I believe him. He's correct. The prosecutor and MSNBC is going to build a statue to this prosecutor along with the statue to George Floyd. Is Dark going to come on? I don't expect Dark to jump on the show to begin the peanut gallery. So I'm actually off today for Veterans Day. So Dark is working. He's making the dough. He's making the paper. Yeah, I don't know where the jury is. Nobody's having a conversation. I'm assuming the jury's still in the room because usually everybody stands when the jury enters and exits. So I believe the jury's there. I believe they're going over paperwork. Yeah, and actually I gotta do something that applies to work here. So I'm hoping Crumpy comes back with his burrito. Dude, the burrito place is just around the corner from his house, and his basement isn't that far from the front door. Jetson says this case got opened because of the gun Kyle used. I don't know. Yeah, I heard places were offering discounts to vets or some portion of a free meal. I forgot. I think Buffalo Wild Wings would give you 10 boneless wings. I'm sure the Kyle having an AR was an enhancement, but because Kyle was a good guy, I think that's all that mattered in this case. And I think that's really what got him. I'm watching the Amazon truck. Typically, they don't pull into my driveway because it's a pain. I don't have a circular driveway. Amazon person's out of the truck. Coming up the front sidewalk. They're at the front door. Hey, dude. Is at the front door. Did you take the picture? I don't even think you took the picture. You're supposed to take the picture, man. See him walking back down the front sidewalk. Walking back down the Amazon, towards the Amazon van. Is that a Mercedes van? Right. Only reason I'm watching him. It's rained, the grass is wet. Usually I tell him, Florida grass you can drive on, it's not an issue. And usually I tell him to, turn around on the grass. And yeah, he's turning around on the grass. I'm hoping it doesn't rut up. Because, he didn't get in a good place. Yeah.
And getting to a place where you can play your videos again? Is that possible?
It is, but I'll just have to get set up. It'll take me a couple minutes.
Okay, thank you.
John got a burrito. Oh, wait. Are they doing something? I was going to go get the Amazon box. Oh, yeah. Bad guy in Amazon. Amazon. Boy, Iron Man. Bad guy in Iron Man. Oh, Racing JP, how's it going, man? Dude, you're a good man. I do that not like in the case where, let's say something was wrong with the meal, and like they'll give me, say I'm out eating with my wife and my daughter and something's wrong with one of our meals. I usually include that in on the tip, like you said, plus 20%. You think Colonel Sanders is going back up? That was the guy that did the video testimony. He was sitting in the back there. I don't see him right now. How do you feel of George Floyd's nephew being... that's the first time I heard of that. Dude, if that's true, that's pretty damn messed up. So here's what I would like to happen. And before you even say that, I think Kyle is innocent. I think it was purely self-defense.
Dr. Black, since we talked earlier, you have provided us with a 7-page document that contains some information regarding the modifications that you made to some of these videos. Is that fair to say?
Specifically the 2 videos that you asked me about that we use as demonstratives. Yes, sir.
One of them was the video number 6. It's observation number 16 on your list. And this was one in which I had asked you earlier if you knew the source of it, and I believe you indicated at the time you didn't know where it came from.
I said I knew that I had it, I just didn't have the exact name. That's
Sure.
right.
Now that we've got some further information here, do you know where that came from?
Yes, sir, and that would be the, moving by my cursor, the video that is denoted as the N as in Nora de Bruin video -img files.mp4.
And that is Nathan de Bruin?
It's whatever that video says.
Okay. So you don't personally know if that was Nathan de Bruin or who it was, you just have it marked as a file name, basically?
I have it marked as how it was given to me.
Do you know when you got that video? Let me put it this way. Did you get that video since you prepared your preliminary report in July?
I don't know. I can take a look at my other items here and give you a good...
If you could, please.
So it looks like the prosecution has called back this witness now that he's gotten to get the documents from the original video, which is something they talked about earlier, being able to recall the witness once he has that information.
The video itself would have been with the original discovery, which would have been the evidentiary items reviewed in my preliminary reports. The interview statements of Nathan de Bruin that would have coincided with it would have been in the secondary discovery, which would be in my supplemental report.
And with regard to this video, in the report you gave us since we last talked,
it indicates here that you trimmed the video and it indicates you enhanced the levels. So you say you adjusted the contrast to 14.4 and the brightness to 175.1. Am I reading this correctly?
You are reading it correctly. However, if you take a look slightly forward in the report, these are matched estimated values post-production. In other words, I didn't capture it at the exact moment I was working on this and during the last time we talked, and I matched the levels consequently.
What do you mean you matched levels to what?
To the appearance of the video. In other words, what you're doing is you're adjusting contrast on one side of it, and if you want, I can show that to you.
No, you can just describe it.
That's fine. And you're adjusting brightness on the other. There are two slider items, so to speak.
Sure.
One slider goes up from 0 to whatever, the other goes down.
I think we've done this a lot on our own personal cell phones. What I'm wondering is, how did you arrive at those settings for contrast and brightness? What were you comparing them to, or where did you get that from?
I'm going to step away. This is meaningless.
So you had a raw video from the source, which had a certain contrast and brightness level?
The video that was given to me, yes, sir. I had a raw video with the...
And then when you did work on that video, you adjusted the contrast and the brightness on your work to try and match the original?
No.
I'm
Okay.
misunderstanding.
No, and I'm probably misspeaking. The process on this is I have a video, I cut out the piece I'm going to work on so I don't have it takes a lot of energy or computing power to work on it. It has that amount of frames, and then I process that piece. So that piece of video I run through, in this case, some very just simple processes, which is I level adjust, which is just simply adjusting the brightness and the contrast to see if I can get more clarity out of it. And then from there, I like what the clarity looks like because I can see a preview of it. Okay, it looks like I can see a little bit more, do whatever. I then put it into a no audio track, as we already discussed earlier, an MP4 file, and I say, it'd be nice if this was a little bit slower so I can make more sense out of it, and I simply adjust the frame rate. If it was 60 and I wanted a little bit slower, maybe I'll start at a 10, maybe I'll go down to 6 until I can discern stuff. So that's what I'm describing. Big file original, raw. What was given to me is raw. Extract, same exact speed, no alterations, no nothing. Then the extract, levels enhanced, slowed, frame reduction.
So what I'm getting at is when you have that extract and you're enhancing the levels, you personally are adjusting the brightness and contrast in that extract.
That is absolutely correct.
And you're doing that because you're hoping that by making those adjustments, it'll make things in the video easier to see.
That's fair.
And with regard to the rest of the document you gave us since the last time you testified, you also indicate that you did a similar process with the BG on the scene or BG on the go video, which shows the second set of shootings. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And again, with that, you adjusted the contrast and the brightness yourself.
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you were trying to make it so that things in that video were easier to see.
Also correct.
Okay. You played for us earlier that video on your computer, broadcast onto our TVs. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And when you played it for us, you had it slowed down to a certain speed. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I thought I heard you say earlier, and maybe I was wrong, I thought you said a quarter speed?
That's what I thought it was. It's actually, and let's make sure we're talking about the right video. Which video are you referring to?
The Brandon Gutenschwager or BG on the scene video. I think this is on the second or maybe third to last page of your most recent document.
Right, so that would be, if you take a look on the original starting out at approximately 60 frames per second, that would be, I guess, page 4. And then it goes from 60, reduced down to 7.5. So the math would be a little bit around 8, down to 1/8.
So the version that you played for us this morning, it was at 1/8 speed?
Approximately, yes.
And is that a new video file that you've created using your software?
When it actually changes the frame rate, it produces a different file from that.
That's
Yes.
what I'm asking.
Yes.
So do you have a file on your computer that is the BG on the scene video at 1/8 speed? Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say it's the BG on the scene video extract, the shortened version at 1/8 speed, or approximately 1/8 speed.
And that's what you played for us earlier?
Yes, sir.
So if we wanted to, for example, we could take that file, mark it as an exhibit, and introduce it into evidence in this case?
Yes, sir.
I would like to do that, Your Honor, with the defense permission.
I have no problem. I would ask that all the videos that he referred to be marked on a hard drive and put into evidence.
I assume that's not something you can do instantaneously. That'll take a little time for us to put them on a hard drive or something along those lines.
If you give me a hard drive, I can do it whatever instantaneously.
We can work on that after. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
When you were working with these videos, did you change anything other than the color and contrast? We've already talked about frame rate, poor question, long day.
Right.
You changed the frame rate?
Correct.
On some of them, you changed the color and contrast on some of them, correct?
Well, I didn't change the color, I changed the brightness.
Color. I'll ask it this way, because were any of the frames color added or subtracted?
No, sir.
Okay. When color is added by either the operator or the program, that's called interpolation.
It's a term, but yes.
And those are done through various different ways. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Okay. One of them is bicubic.
That is a type of interpolation. Yes.
Okay. Can you name the types of interpolation?
I can name some of them, that especially the ones that this software allows me to be aware of or qualified in.
Go ahead.
The three of them would be, for example, nearest neighbor, bilinear, and bicubic are three specific types of interpolation or algorithms used in that. Now, something that should be known about this is these are done primarily when enlargements are being done.
Okay. Now, nearest neighbor, it was the first one. The second one you said?
Bilinear.
Bilinear. And the third?
Bicubic.
Does nearest neighbor change the color composition of something that's blown up or magnified?
No, what nearest neighbor does is it takes existing values within the frame already and uses those existing values to fill it out, so to speak. If I had something that was pitch black here, 100% black, and it said, hey, we need to get bigger, it would fill it out only using that color of black or white or whatever else happens to be within the frame.
Bilinear, does that add colors?
To some degree. In other words, if you had something that was, well, let's just use like a line of blue, and you had a line of red, there would be something that exists between the blue and the red value here that would not necessarily have been there before, so to speak.
So the computer, through its program, fills in the blank, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
Bicubic, does that add anything?
Yes, much in the same way as bilinear does, but the difference is, as it sounds, linear is more, think straight lines, and bicubic is if I had something in the middle, it would basically gradually go out to match the other color. So if you were to think about it like a progression, you would start here,
So
and
this
if I
is
have
the
so far to
Kyle
go to get here,
Rittenhouse
it would
case?
take a little bit more of each of that color, so you'd have a much more seamless image. You'll get much less jaggedness to it, that type of thing.
And as you sit here today, is there any clip that you could take and just show by moving the bars, color and contrast, what happens? Not color, brightness and contrast, I believe.
Yeah, I can actually.
Could you demonstrate that for the jury? Take one of the standard clips.
And you just want the idea of brightness and contrast, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to slide this in that direction, and you'll notice it lightens up. If I were to keep sliding in that direction, it lightens up some more. If I wanted to get a little
What's
bit more
up?
contrast to it, and then as Mr. Binger's already described, I move them around to a place where I can get hopefully a little better understanding or clarity.
So
he's
what
talking
you
about
just did
adjusting
on the
brightness and
slide on the
contrast.
top of the screen, that was doing both of those manipulations?
Yes, sir. One from one side, one from the other. Those are the two values in the report.
And so basically what you've done is taken a video that is dark and unrecognizable and turned it into something that's useful.
Yes, sir.
And you haven't added anything to it?
No, I haven't added anything to it, nor has the computer added anything.
Oh, this
There's no
guy's back?
interpolation being done with this.
Yeah.
Other than the lightening and the algorithm for the lightening and the contrast, but there's no additional pixels being added. I'm not affecting the pixel count.
And you did that on some of the videos that we've shown this jury previously?
The two videos that have been demonstrated to this jury that I worked on, that I did the clips from, this is all that I did. There was other videos worked on that I did do enlargement and these type of things. They were done by nearest neighbor lossless. As far as I know, they have not been presented to this jury.
Understood. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
You may sit down.
Thank you, sir.
There's some housekeeping matters and
About 10, 15 minutes, so please don't talk about the case during the break.
John, you're back just in time for a break.
I had a savage burrito with the jalapeno wrap and jalapeno sauce.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
You got asbestos toilet paper?
No, jalapenos weren't that hot.
Yeah, I'm not a jalapeno fan.
And with spicy queso.
So
the queso with jalapenos in it.
Comment here is it must be a union job because they break every 5 minutes. Yeah, but the prosecution, the defense, and the judge remain. It's the jury that they're bringing out.
You can talk about it now so that we can tell whether there'll be an objection, but make the motion in front of the jury, because when I give the instructions, I'll tell them that they're only to consider things which have been received.
okay. I would make Dr. Black's CV, and I would submit Exhibit 142, the timesheet. And I know that Mr. Binger has objections to that, and I would
We got a
that
guest.
change
Hi, John.
to use the method that I use to identify them, but the times would still be the same.
I don't have an objection to the CD. At this point, I'm not in a position to comment on 142 until I see the final version.
All right.
It's gonna mute you, John. You're a little bit noisy.
At that point, we would rest.
Okay, no, there you're not.
Is there to be a rebuttal case?
Yes.
How long?
Well, we have one witness simply to verify 2 photos. That is what the defense wanted to report on. The length really depends on how long the defense wants to cross. I have like 3 minutes of questions.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I probably have about 3 to 5 minutes of questions for him. Based on the information I know now, I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's have them have their break, then we'll come in and take care of that. You ready with your witness?
He's here. The defense had asked for these reports. I don't know how long they want to review them. He brought reports for almost everything he did. I think they're mostly interested in just the 2 most recent things. If there's going to be a fight over this, I'd prefer to have that fight before he testifies. So I guess I just don't know how long the defense wishes to review these documents they requested this
Fight
morning.
be the word you would use in a court?
Why don't we,
Okay, this
I would say-
prosecutor has got to go. They need to get someone in there that actually
They can
knows
look
what
at
they're
it
doing.
and, is there going to be a need for a lengthy delay?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let's aim to start at 1:45, and then perhaps we'll be done with evidence by 3:15 or so, and then we can start talking about verdicts and instructions, and go to the jury tomorrow.
Well, can we discuss that in more detail after the break, Your Honor? The timing?
I mean, my thoughts are, there's been a lot of evidence, a lot of people are real tired. I spoke to Mr. Binger and miraculously we agreed. We'd rather do it on Monday.
Sam, I would like to start another jury on Monday, number one. Number two, where the jurors are here, and they've been here, it's a long trial, and I didn't hear you?
I said, I see that's worse than Monday. Whatever the court says, I'll make myself available.
I'm just not sure, Your Honor. If the way we're headed right now, it's going to be, 1:45 by the time we come back. I don't think we're going to be in a position to give them any jury instructions today.
I wouldn't instruct them today.
Sure. So, best case scenario, I think we're looking at beginning instructions tomorrow morning, first thing, and then closings, which I think that process between the two of those things could take us well into the afternoon tomorrow. And then we're starting deliberations at 3 or 4 on a Friday afternoon. I think that's less than ideal.
Well, the alternative is to send them home until Monday, and then we'll have the same issue. We'll have the instruction and the argument on Monday.
I think having them come back, if they need to deliberate further on Monday and into Tuesday, it's, I think, preferential to having them deliberate Friday evening into a Saturday.
All right. Tentatively, I'll say yes now until I go back and have buyer's remorse. But let's finish up, and then I will want to talk about instructions somewhat today and verdicts. Okay.
Thank you.
1:45.
John, I'm not gonna click on things accidentally. I'm gonna drop off for a few minutes. Got to make a phone call.
All right.
They're gonna be adjourning for what, at least 50? No, it looks like half an hour, right? Is it 15 minutes or half an hour?
I don't know.
All right, man. I'll be back when I can.
All right. Let's go. All right, Rich is dropping off. They're taking a break. All right. So Rich is not here anymore. And just me hanging out by my old little old lonesome. Pastor Sam, you are more than welcome to. The link is in the pinned comment. We got a super chat here. I don't know. It's not on mine, so I have no idea what it is. So where it is. Maybe it's on Dark's. Maybe it's on Rich's. But thank you so much, Jetson, for whatever you gave. I'm not sure where you gave it at, but thank you. Pastor Sam, how you doing?
Hey, buddy. I'm well. Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, how you doing?
Fantastic.
Do you have headphones? Because it's echoing really bad.
All right. Let me just see what I got here. I've got a set. Kind of junkers, but in what program we use on Zoom, the mic comes out pretty good. On Streamlabs, not so much. Let's see where. Check, check, 1, 2.
All right, let me try. Oh yeah, that's a lot better.
Rock
Oh no, it's
on.
still feeding back.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Hello?
Yeah, I have a noise canceling one, but it always conks out on me.
Yeah,
I could try it.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Let's try it. Hang tough.
Zach Carr says it's happy to hear your voice 5 times in a row. I'll just mute him until he gets back. Pastor Sam is in Mexico. You might recognize him from InfoWars. You know, I'm not kidding. All right, let's try this. It's still echoing.
It's not up yet. Hang tough. All right, here we go.
Andy. You still echo.
All right, we got.
All right.
My device is supposed to be up. Oh, here, I may have to change my mic on this. Or here, mic. Let's go to audio. And this is phone ran.
I blame the border. And he is gone, guys. Okay. That was interesting. Yeah, so it looks like the defense might be almost done. So we should have a verdict probably Monday or Tuesday. It's gonna be definitely interesting to see what happens. But yeah, the probably all wrapping up now. They'll go home shortly and come back Monday. Hey, Pastor Sam.
Grumpy.
It's still echoing really bad.
Mic up yet.
Gonna meet you for a second, Pastor Sam. The prosecution doesn't want them to deliberate Friday into Saturday. So he is proposing that they come back Monday, and the judge seems to be open to that. Pastor Sam is still working on his stuff. No echo, but I don't know. Oh, that didn't work. So yeah, we will find out shortly what the hell's going on here. So, what do you guys think? Do you think Rittenhouse is going to get off, or do you think that they're going to convict him because they don't want the cities to burn? All right, let me know. Dean, you are right. If the glove don't fit, you must quit. Johnny Cochran.
Crumpy.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, same old stuff. Different minute in the court case, or different break in the court case.
Hi, Pastor Sam.
Yo.
All right,
Have
that
we got
works.
audio?
Yeah, we got
Rock
audio.
on.
No echoing.
Good deal. You know, it just depends on the program. This mic works great with some programs, and other programs it's just junk. So, praise the Lord,
That's
we're here.
crazy.
Hey, good to see you.
Yeah. So, have you been following the trial at all?
I have. I've been watching a little from a distance, and it's an area that I'm involved in. I'm broadcasting from Mexico City, and I'm deep in the barrio. So if it gets too crazy with horns and dogs barking and people hammering on stuff, I may just cut my mic here. It sounds like it's getting pretty rowdy in the neighborhood. I don't know if you can hear all that.
Yeah, I can hear a horn.
Now, are cars in Mexico City required to have clown car horns?
Yeah, it does not sound like a clown
No,
car horn.
it's vendors that sell stuff. You know, one's the trash truck, one's a cart selling, tamales, one's the guy bringing garrafones, 5-gallon jugs of water, and it's just nonstop. It's not one, it's another. I really try to get my broadcasts in late at night or early in the morning, or before all the druggies wake up.
Oh, that's nice.
All right, it sounds like it has subsided, though, so let's start here. Yes, I've been following the trial. It's a tragic event. The pendulum has swung, and I got to be part of that. That's why we're gospel gunslingers, because I got to be part of moving the nation back to concealed carry and believing in self-defense. And I every day from the Bible on self-defense and self-government. Very easy to find on gospelgunslingers.com. So if you want a morning Bible study that's not full of, homoerotic grabastic BS, just come on over to mine where it's the Gospel Gunslingers hanging out. We study the wars of the Lord. Not that we would never be merciful, but, we're not always merciful. So we have a lot of fun.
Yeah, it sounds very interesting.
As far as Wisconsin,
taco. You have a taco and I'm sorry. Ron Wayne says
Fiesta. You got it. Just it makes you want to shake a maraca. So I'm actually a refugee. Yes. And so I live in Mexico, where I can freely broadcast. Yeah, there's some remaining civil rights here. And so I'm taking advantage of that to keep the resistance alive, because, having political roundups and Gestapo's hunting people over their political beliefs that are legitimate and legal is very wrong, and it's illegal as well. It's a violation of our constitutional order. So I do live in Mexico. I'm broadcasting right here from Mexico City, deep in the barrio. But Wisconsin is the subject that we're discussing today. And, I do a lot of broadcasts with Dave Hodges on the Common Sense Show. He's a good friend of mine, and I broadcast with some of the people that are involved in this trial as well. It's interesting to look at my petition that I made to the president of Mexico for to be recognized as a G, because I name all these other journalists that I've worked on personal interviews with. I've interviewed Enrique Tarrio probably 5 to 6 times in English and Spanish. So isn't it interesting that you got somebody who identifies as black, who's Afro-Cuban, Spanish-speaking, a child of immigrants, and he's one of the most, supposedly, if you watch the news, notorious white supremacists that's out there. And he's right now in DC Gulag doing his 155-day sentence. We'll see whether he ever comes out. But as far as Wisconsin, Dave Hodges has done some interesting commentary. And what he has basically said is, if you're interested, check out the commonsenseshow.com, where he has longer breakdowns of it. But he has said that the prosecution is deliberately sabotaging their case, and deliberately they intend for the jury to come back with a not guilty verdict to incite riots. That's an interesting place to start. Because
I don't know about that. I mean,
we've got the trial itself.
All right. We're coming back.
Okay.
So Attorney Tromsey suggested maybe we, I guess, ordeer the witness ahead of time, just to see if there's any issues, so that if there is an issue that arises, it won't be 5 minutes after the jury comes in. So I expect this to be a very brief witness.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Excellent.
All right.
Then the jury would be brought once.
Who the voir dire, then the jury come down, and then
I rest.
then you rest, then the state will do its rebuttal, and
And I would move the two exhibits into evidence in the presence of the jury and then arrest.
correctum undo.
I'm just gonna set this up if that's okay.
Yep.
So, Mr. Armstrong, you had provided to Mr. Krause this afternoon kind of the, I don't want to say the notes, but the work that you had done in terms of the images that you had blown up at his request. Is that, I know it's a rough way to say it, but is that fair?
Yes, fair, yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you have the report with you, but if you do.
That's not us breathing into the mic. That's someone at the trial level.
The right path.
We're speaking to the clarified files, correct?
Yeah, the ones that you had done in reference to the latest, I think, 8 photos that were asked to be enlarged.
Is that page 7, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gotcha.
So, on the top of that page, it says chain, is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
And then, as we move down, there's a portion or a headline or a title in bold that says interpolation, right? See that?
No, I'm not seeing it.
Let me see what you got.
That's what I have. Page 6. Oops. Page 7. Oh.
Maybe this
Sorry.
helps. I'm
Yep.
asking that does the R20
2992, yes, that
does
helps.
that help? Okay.
One moment, please.
sorry, I need to see, may I see what you're referring to again?
You want me to keep this here?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. Sorry, I'm there. Thank you.
So it says in bold interpolation, right?
Yes,
And then next to that it says bicubic.
that's correct.
And what does that mean?
Means that the interpolation algorithm that was selected was bicubic.
Are there other interpolation methods that you could use?
There is, yes.
And what are some of those?
For example, nearest neighbor is one. Bicubic, bilinear.
And can I just ask you to do this so we understand this? The photo that you enlarged at the state's request, how much, is it pixels that you expand? What do you do to make it bigger?
It's based off of the enlargement is the interpolation that is used. So with regards to this references a video that was interpolated and outputted. Are you speaking to, I'm sorry, are you speaking to the photo?
Yeah, speaking to photo, what number is it?
It's the 1 of 8 where it shows up.
So this is been marked as States 155. I'm going to add specifically about that one.
Okay.
Okay. So you have taken a still of a video and you have zoomed in on it, for lack of a better term.
I would not say zoom. I would say it's been enlarged.
Okay. And how do you do that?
We use a algorithm, bicubic algorithm, for that. For this particular, are you referring to both images or just one?
They're both the same, right?
This one was used with a smart resize algorithm, and then this one is used with bicubic.
I'm sorry, you said this one was smart size?
Smart resize.
And what is that?
That is a algorithm that is part of the AMP5 software that resizes that image.
So, I don't know if this is going to be, it's easier for me to do it this way, and I don't know if the court, this will be easier for the court, but in my, tell me this is right, can you just turn and take a peek for a second? Okay, so, when you are making things in large, right, you are you adding pixels?
Yes, I am adding pixels.
Okay, and so, tell me if this is bicubic interpolation, okay? And I know this will be rudimentary, but forgive me. So if these are pixels, R is going to stand for red, okay? And these are red. And these are pixels, and these are blue. When you enlarge an image, what does the bicubic algorithm do to these pixels?
The bicubic algorithm is taking those pixels and resampling, or I'm sorry, is basically duplicating those pixels into another area. Beyond that, I cannot say.
Do you you know, based on your training and experience, what color the bicubic algorithm makes these pixels?
I do not know.
Do you know if we know this is a red pixel, and we know this is a blue pixel, and those are real colors, will it combine these two pixel colors to actually change the color of the image? You know what I'm saying?
I can't speak to that.
So you can't.
Yeah, I want to be clear. Listen, the unassigned ones that you have in the middle.
Yeah.
Those are the added ones.
Yes.
Okay.
So the added pixels, and what, to be fair, in terms of what we're looking for, to make sure the color's correct, that we're not distorting the color of the thing we're looking at, it's adding pixels, and my concern, or my question for you is it adding the correct color of the original image?
That goes beyond into the algorithm of the program that I do not have that information for.
Okay, so if I can ask you this. These two photographs that you have enlarged, okay, so you've added pixels to those, right?
Correct.
Okay. And are you able to tell the court the colors that were there originally are actually the same colors when I expand or enlarge the photograph with the added pixels? Are you able to say that?
I'm not able to say that, no.
So tell me if I'm right. So the things that the court would be looking at here, and the colors that the court would be looking at, you can't tell the court that in fact that's the color from the original picture, correct?
It comes down to the programming, the algorithm. I cannot say it.
Maybe say 1 second here. Yep. My last couple questions for you, sir. Could you have used another algorithm that wouldn't have changed the potential color of the pixels that you added?
There's no testimony that the color has been changed.
I didn't hear you.
There's been no testimony that the color has been changed.
It was my impression, and I beg your correction, it was my impression that in the effort to enlarge the image, that the individual is inserting some, I'm going to call them uncharged pixels, that the algorithm is going to assign colors, which is beyond his control. Where am I going wrong?
My question was, could he have used a different algorithm?
No, I'm not, you're past me. I'm just trying to understand if I've got the basic concept down.
Yeah, my understanding was it was beyond his scope of his expertise.
I heard
say the
No, I'm back, way back.
Oh. All right.
I'm still using watercolors. He is enlarging, he wants to enlarge the image. And he's inserting some pixels in there. And so he gives it a command to insert the pixels. And he doesn't know what color they're going to come up. Is that it? Is that it, sir?
I would say, Your Honor, it's as to how that algorithm interpolates those pixels and where it places them goes outside the scope of my knowledge.
Well, what do you, I mean no disrespect, what do you know?
What I do know is that the process that I use to expand or enlarge this image and the interpolation method that was used. Anything beyond that within my software, with the software I use, I do not have any additional information.
And competing programs might insert different colors?
It's possible.
And you wouldn't have any way of knowing?
I do not have any way to know if those different interpolation methods would issue different colors to different pixels.
Now, what were you telling me?
What I had asked him was, I wasn't telling you anything. I asked a question that was objected to, which was there another method that could have been used? Which, and I think the wording that I had said was, wouldn't have changed the pixel colors, which if I drew the objection.
And what was the objection?
The objection, there's not testimony that any colors were changed.
How would he know?
He may or may not, but the way he asked it is assuming that colors changed.
I'm happy to rephrase it.
Go ahead.
Is there another interpolation type of program that you're aware of that when pixels are expanded would keep the color constant through the expansion?
I cannot speak to that.
Would you agree the more pixels that you add, the more interpolation happens?
Yes.
So the question that I have and that the argument is when you expand the photograph, you're adding pixels, but you can't tell the court what color is being added, if any.
Speak to that. No, that comes down to the programming the algorithm on the software.
So the original still has colors and pixels. It's expanded, those pixels expand. The question is, do the colors stay constant?
I do not know.
Judge, that's all I have.
Mr. Armstrong, is the software you use similar to the Input ACE software?
It's similar.
So the same algorithms and methods, as far as you know, are also in that software?
It's both softwares are made by two different manufacturers. I can't comment on whether they're the same.
So when you enlarge these images, are you changing any details?
I'm not changing any details.
What are you doing?
We are simply just adding pixels to make the image larger.
Because when you're looking at a smaller image on the screen, say it's 20 by 30 pixels. In order to enlarge that, there need to be more than 20 or 20 by 30 pixels, or else it would stay the same size.
That is correct.
So you didn't witness this, but the defense expert was zooming in on video with his Input ACE software. Would that also be adding pixels because it was enlarging it?
It's irrelevant for purposes of what his testimony would be.
I'm trying to let the court understand. I mean,
I beg pardon?
I'm trying to get an understanding of how this works.
Well, go ahead.
You may answer if you can.
I do not know as to Input ACE and how their interpolation for, if any, is seen by zooming in on there.
So when you talk about adding pixels, the only way to enlarge an image is to add pixels.
Correct.
Now, you don't go in and say, put in black pixels, put in blue pixels, or anything like that.
That is correct. I do not.
The software program does that.
That is correct.
And it has to do that to actually make the image larger.
That is correct.
Now, is this, the defense expert called AMP5 the gold standard of video editing? Is it one of the best programs out there?
It is a program that we use at the lab, yes.
Now, is it an accepted program? I'm sorry?
You asked him who was the best one, and he responded, that's what we use at the lab. That's not the same thing. Or it doesn't establish that it is in fact the best.
I understand.
I can tell you, not everything the state supplies is top-notch. And I'm not talking about the judges, by the way. I said not everything the state supplies is top-notch.
So is this the same process as when you hit like full screen on your computer?
No.
Now, this AMP5 software has an algorithm.
And it was speaking to exactly.
When you interpolate, there's an algorithm that fills in the image so that you can actually see it, so that it's magnified.
When you are dealing with looking at it from a preview, it uses its own nearest neighbor, but it does not add pixels in that preview.
So these processes you use, are these the standards used in the forensic imaging that you do?
Yes.
And this is the kind of software that you are trained on?
Yes.
And this is an accepted software program in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And it is these are accepted procedures in forensic imaging?
Yes.
I sent you the shipping label, Rich.
I'm sorry, you sent what?
That's all, thank you.
Shipping label.
Oh, okay.
So, here's my question. The photograph that we're talking about to be admitted into evidence to have people look at it.
Yes.
Can you say that image didn't add colors into pixels that weren't there originally?
I cannot definitively say that because I did not write the software program.
So it's possible when you enlarge an image and add pixels that you're adding colors that weren't there in the original photograph, correct?
I do not know.
And when you said nearest neighbor, nearest neighbor, if I'm right, tell me, what color goes in here on a nearest neighbor?
It utilizes, I'm sorry, I do not know.
Would it become purple?
It's possible.
And purple is nowhere on here, is it?
That is correct.
Nothing else.
State?
In order to answer Attorney Trofsky's questions, would you have needed to written the algorithm in the software program?
I would need to, yes, to see exactly how those programs are interpolating those pixels.
Do you ever check the enlarged image against the original image and see if there are consistencies?
Yes, we can certainly compare the original to the enhanced version.
And is your work, and were these images and your work on these images peer reviewed by another forensic imaging specialist?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Judge, on that, I have a motion, but I don't have anything else to ask.
You can step down, sir.
Judge, based on his testimony, so what the state is trying to do is introduce a photograph that has been enlarged where this person, Mr. Armstrong, cannot testify that in fact colors weren't added that weren't there originally. And the photograph, I'm going to tell the court that the photograph that the state intends to offer, I believe they will be arguing, shows Mr. Rittenhouse doing something with his firearm. If it is not the same as the original and colors were added to that, that is a distortion of what in fact the original photograph was. It should not be admitted because it's not relevant if he can't testify, and there's been no appropriate foundation that in fact it should be admitted if he can't testify that it didn't add colors, that colors that originally weren't there still aren't there. And I think under the circumstances, based on the evidence that you've heard today, you should not admit those photographs because they are not what I would consider to be mirror images of what the original photograph was.
Judge, all due respect to Your Honor, I think the defense is trying to take advantage of your lack of knowledge about technology, which you've expressed. With the defense argument, you could never have an enlarged digital picture. All of Nathan, and I understand we didn't object to them, but all of Nathan DeBruin's pictures that he brought in on his own on these prints are enlarged digital images. If the defense is now trying to argue that enlarged digital images are not reliable, I mean, it's first of all hypocritical, but second of all, this is just not the age we're in. We are in an age where software is able to enlarge and do things. And yes, this image, we believe, although blurry because of the enlargement, does show, in rebuttal to Mr. Rittenhouse's testimony, does show him pointing his gun at individuals just before Mr. Rosenbaum chases him. The defense, this is clear in the drone video. We pointed it out in the drone video. The defendant denied it. This is an enlargement of that drone video so that we can see a better picture of it. This whole canard of adding pixels and changing color is a dishonest argument, and I believe the defense knows that. Their expert used a very similar software to zoom in and edit and change things, because if these things are reliable, and they are reliable, and this is what is used by by forensic imaging, forensic scientists, it's the industry standard. So if we're going to say that no technology can be brought in, no enlarged images can ever be brought in, that is a ridiculous standard. And we've heard from two experts now about how these algorithms are used and what they do. And simply because this evidence may be not beneficial to their client, and in fact show their client is lying, they're stooping to this level to try and keep it out. And to me, I think making a dishonest argument based on a number of forensic scientists that have emailed me to discuss this issue with the Apple zooming, which I think was also a very similarly, I don't want to say dishonest, but inaccurate argument. Simply trying to keep out these enlarged or cleaned up images that show that their client is lying. He pointed a gun before Joseph Rosenbaum chased him. And this is a rebuttal. This is rebuttal evidence. This is based on someone trained in this area who uses software that is certified in this area. He's trained in this area. This is what these forensic image specialists do. And it's peer-reviewed by other forensic images, which, frankly, Dr. Black's was not. And so this is actually a much higher standard than the evidence that Dr. Black got in. I understand we didn't object. But for them to have an expert come in, use a very similar software to do similar things, and then try to pretend this is all voodoo magic is preposterous. And
well, wait a minute. A couple of things. Number one, you know, this happens sometimes. Lawyers sit there during the trial and all kinds of stuff comes in and out, and there's no objection raised. And then when there is an objection raised, the party says, well, this went on before in the trial and it was admitted. And I think, okay, but there wasn't an objection. So it was never scrutinized by the court. It just came in. That's number one. Number two, you're the proponent of the evidence. You have the burden of proof. They don't have to disprove the accuracy of this. You have to prove it. Number three, the witness was just here, and when he's asked, what does it depict in terms of whether the color is going to change or to what color, he says, I don't know. Now, this is the person who is providing your information to support your claim that it is an accurate depiction. I will tell you that I totally agree with your comment about my lack of familiarity with these concepts. Although logic, I have some logical skills, and when you start adding, if I take this piece of paper and I start drawing squares on it, and and then I decide I'm going to put it on a bigger piece of paper, and I want to expand them, but I do it by creating even more squares, and I don't know what's going to go into those other squares. I mean, this is difficult a concept for me, yes. You know, the fact that I can blow something up on my phone, and that it's accurate on my phone, doesn't mean that the particular program used by the crime lab is doing an accurate job of increasing the size of the image.
Well, this is an accredited lab using software.
What does that mean to me? What does that mean to me? What does peer reviewed mean to me? If you haven't presented any evidence as to the science or as to the algorithm that's involved,
Judge.
No, I want to see the images.
Okay.
Let's take a look. Not that my naked eye is going to be necessarily capable of making the distinction that I need to make, but you've got the burden here, so you
I understand.
present the images, I'll take a look at them.
Would you like them on the printed out paper, or would you like them on the screen? We have two of them marked, or we can put them on the
let's have a
screen.
look. Show me the paper.
Where's the other one?
Should be on there.
So are they arguing one image proves he did something versus one image proves he
Yeah, you
did
better put them
something?
up. I can't make anything out of these at all.
Can you please put up the first exhibit?
Would you like to look at them on the video?
Actually, I've had the best success looking at this one. Now, what is this depicting?
Judge, this is a image from the drone video. It's the exact area where Mr. Rittenhouse looked and denied that that is him holding his weapon, pointing it at the Zeminskis.
Okay, now you tell me, where's Zeminski, where's the defendant, where's?
Zeminski is off screen because we asked it to be cropped.
I beg your pardon?
Zeminski is, I believe, off screen. The defendant is right under the sign, right in front of what would be the pole holding up the sign. And right next to him is the fire extinguisher that, as opposed to his actual testimony, is seen on the drone video gently placing on the ground. He then immediately raises up and raises his firearm and points it at the Zeminskis. The defendant denied this even after watching the drone video. This is a blown up image. Obviously it's blurry because it is blown up, but you can see the black firearm being held in his two hands, albeit it is blurry. And if you'd like to see the video where this came from, we can show that to you as well.
Let's have that up.
Have that up?
Yep.
Number 82, please.
Brian, 82.
Judge, if you look in that area of that, it's clear on the 4K TV, which is why I believe the defense brought that in.
It's clear what?
It's clear on the 4K TV, which is the one the defense brought in, but the area where that enhances is, as the video begins.
Turn it this way.
As the video begins, if you look under that sign, you will see the defendant step into view. He gently places his fire extinguisher on the ground.
Right here, Your Honor.
And then he raises up and points his weapon at the Zeminskis, who I believe you can see once this light, traffic light's out of the way. You can play it, Brian. Please do it one more time, Mr. Stute.
John, did you see him pick up the gun and point it? I was trying to look at that video. I couldn't tell. And John, if you're talking, you're muted.
The defendant places the fire extinguisher down. He raises his weapon.
I said I couldn't tell. Sorry.
He's pointing it right now. Right here, he's still pointing it at them. Do it again, please.
Back to the beginning.
He hasn't pointed at them until Mr. Rosenbaum is done. Do it again. Right there, he drops it and runs.
Run it again, please.
So if he pointed his rifle at somebody, they're gonna say that he was aggressive. Is that what the point they're trying to get to?
Yeah.
One more time, please.
That he kind of he brought it on himself. I guess that's what they're trying to say.
So he's like a block and a half away in this video from what I'm looking at.
I think what I'm going to do is allow it, and that is subject to the witness is going to be cross-examined in front of the jury, and they'll have to make up their own decisions.
And Judge, just so I can be clear, he doesn't get to say what those images are, right?
No, he will not be doing that.
Okay.
Should I clean that off? So
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter that he was there giving medical assistance to people, that he was there cleaning up graffiti and garbage. But if you point just once at somebody that's coming threatening towards you, that's bad.
Apparently.
I guess maybe because I'm coming from the point of
we were just made aware of a couple issues with the defendant's testimony. We believe we could potentially get a witness here this afternoon to rebut it. We were just made aware of it. So we may, at the end of this, be asking to keep rebuttal open.
So when?
Well, we're working to see if we can get a witness. It'd be a person from the Grays Lake Police Department to rebut the fact that Mr. Rittenhouse was issued a bulletproof vest by them. They indicate they did not issue him one. Also, I can't imagine we find someone, but the Arizona State or whatever university the defendant claims to be attending says he is not enrolled there and is not going to college there. I don't imagine we can get a witness for that, but we of course will work on that.
To what end?
His student webpage, so.
Well, I'm not going to cut off their right to
Yeah.
rebuttal. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't understand what bearing any of that has on a case.
Would you come down, please?
I'm sure all of this is to set up for the final argument.
Yeah, they're gonna try to save the liar.
Right. You lied about attending, whatever remote Arizona university, University of Phoenix or something like that. And I mean, they could be parsing the word attend. Oh, you mean telecommute versus physical, just.
Yeah, there's a lot of different.
And who cares whether he did or didn't, issued a vest? Was he given a vest or was he issued a vest?
He didn't have a vest at all, so what does that matter?
I don't know. Because if I was the judge, I would be asking these questions. Your witness will testify to what, and how is that influential on the case?
You guys are scumbags anyway.
And I think Jason King has a good point. I'm just gonna change it around a little bit. They're losing when they pick on minutia, bullcrap. They're not. Look, this is a clean cut case in my mind of self-defense. And what I was saying earlier, but didn't get to, or was trying to get to because they started proceedings, is that I would like to see this trial go to the jury and hope.
At this time, the defense would move into exhibit 142 and 140, and we would rest.
All right, any objection to 142 and 140?
Subject to final review of 142, no.
All right, received. Did you wish to present rebuttal?
Yes, the state would call James Armstrong to the stand.
The point that I was getting towards was that I would like to see this go to the jury and see it be acquitted, because then nobody can say, oh, the trial was dismissed with prejudice.
You testified a few days ago about some videos from a drone footage that were entered into evidence.
Yes.
Did you do any additional work on that drone footage?
Yes, it was requested that I enhance a person near a vehicle underneath the sign.
And how did you go about doing that?
I took two different approaches. The first one, I frame averaged, which means that I selected a group of frames. From there, frame average. From there, I frame averaged those, stabilized first, then frame average. From there, went through and clarified it, which just means that with using levels, we just brightened it up, and then enlarged it.
And these practices you talked about, are these standards in the forensic imaging world?
They are, yes.
And so are these accepted practices in forensic imaging?
They are.
The software you used, is it accepted software program in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And was your work on these images did it go through the peer review process?
It went through a peer review process by another qualified analyst.
And did you write this software?
I did not write this software.
And this enlargement, does it use any kind of computer programs or systems to make the enlargement?
Yes, it uses an algorithm to enlarge that image.
And what kind of process or algorithm was used for the image with the individual under the sign?
For the image underneath the sign, the image that is on towards the left, a smart resize, and then the image on the right was by cubic.
And are these accepted procedures in forensic imaging?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And did you write the algorithms that do these procedures?
I did not, no.
So do you know the actual specifics of how the algorithms work?
I do not, no.
But they're part of a software program that is accepted in use in forensic imaging.
Yes, that's correct.
It is, but I don't know that he's going to get the witness to grasp an answer that he wouldn't otherwise make, so the objection's overruled.
What is the software that you used?
It is called Amped 5.
We've heard some testimony today about a software program called Input Ace. Is that a similar software program, to the best of your knowledge, to Amped 5?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, did the crime lab have to choose between those two as to which software they would use?
Yes, the Amped 5 was chosen.
Were you part of that process?
I was only part of the process of making the recommendation.
Is that what you recommended?
That was my choice, yes.
Sorry?
Relevance. It's relevant.
That was my choice. Overall,
I think you said it was your choice.
It was my recommendation to our technical unit leader It was my recommendation to our technical unit leader for my preference of software between the two.
I'll let you know what's in marked as States Exhibit 155. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that appears to be the report print that I created. A report print.
And this report print has two images on it?
That is correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the report you created?
It appears to be so, yes.
And you said there were some differences between the algorithms used on the images?
Yes, that is correct.
And what is the difference?
The difference being is that with regards to the clarification techniques on the image on the left, that was frame averaging. The image on the right, the difference being is that just a single frame was used.
And I put a piece of paper down in front of you. Do you mind flipping that over? What's the number on top of that one?
Exhibit S156.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is report print number 2.
And what is report print number 2?
Report print number 2 is clarified and enlarged files or images that I produced.
And where were where were you looking to enhance these images from?
We were looking to enhance the the area where two individuals are observed.
And so this is a different part of the drone video than the first exhibit.
That is correct.
What did you do to produce these images?
To produce these images, I just, again, clarified. So I use levels to brighten it up and then also to enlarge as well.
And all the procedures you used standard and accepted in forensic imaging?
Yes, that is correct.
You actually created 6 more reports as well.
Correct, yes.
And just to not go through every one, were they all created with standards of forensic imaging?
Yes, that is correct.
And you reviewed them and you know that the ones that the state's submitting are the ones that you submitted to us?
That is correct.
At this point, I would like to move all 8 into evidence and publish 155 and 156 to the jury.
All right. Well, they're admitted, subject to the cross-examination.
So can I publish them?
Not yet.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I'm going to use the. You can't see this, can you?
I can partially see it.
All right, I just want to make sure the members of the jury can, okay?
Understood.
So, the so in terms of your enlarging this image, from the information that's been provided to us, you did that through a bicubic interpolation program. Is that right?
I provided that through a smart resize and also bicubic, depending upon the image that you're referring to.
Okay, and when you're making the image larger, you're adding pixels to that image. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So my question to you, in terms of your work on this, is in a situation where each individual pixel, you'd agree, has a color, if there's color involved, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so if these pixels are blue, and we know from the original that these pixels are red, when you're expanding the image, you're adding pixels, correct?
You are adding pixels, yes.
You don't know, when you're adding and enlarging that and adding pixels, you don't know what color you're adding to these pixels. Is that right?
I do not know the interpolation, the algorithm what it exactly is doing when it's adding those pixels.
There are programs, if I'm right, are there programs that would just default it blue, even though it might not be?
I do not know.
Do you know if there's programs that would take the blue pixel and the red pixel, combine them, and make a color purple when it's actually not purple?
I do not know.
Does it change?
That expert witness knows a lot.
Here's the question I have for you. So,
Not.
if you take a picture of me, right here,
Did you just do a not joke?
expand it and blow it up, it's going to add pixels, so it might change.
Is that not good in this century?
White for the color of my shirt, or black for the color of my tie, correct?
It's going to be
All right, Wayne.
sampling the pixels that from your example,
Yeah.
and and calculating those pixels out, and then duplicating those pixels into that image.
Can you do that again? What was your answer?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat your question?
I'll try. So, what we're doing here, what you've done is you've taken a still photograph, right?
Yes.
You blow blown it up and added pixels to that photograph.
That is correct.
Okay. Those pixels have to contain or do contain.
Can we ask if he's getting paid and how
That is
much?
correct.
Some of that information is color, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so if the best example I would give you is if you take a picture of my chest, my shirt, and you blow it up, you're going to be adding pixels around my shirt and my tie, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the question is this. In terms of the accuracy of that enlarged image, you don't know whether those pixels are black for my tie or white for my shirt, right?
Did you hear?
I cannot speak to the algorithm that's being used and how it's interpreting that.
And that, to be fair, that could distort or not make an accurate picture of what we're seeing, right?
It's possible.
Right. So the images, and when we're looking at smaller images that are blown up, adding color that's not actually there can make the photograph.
John, are
not
we going to do a 5 o'clock show today?
But all the
No.
steps that were taken are repeatable.
Was that a no or I don't know?
So what
No,
does that have to do
it's
with the
gotta
fact
be.
that you don't know
We got like
what the colors are
13
added?
minutes,
You don't
so
know what colors
no.
are added. So how do you know that's accurate?
I do not know to the algorithm and how it's using it.
Okay.
So when
This is a
looking at
quote.
small images like
I've adopted
marker in my
the attitude of the great Negro at the time.
you want to see what this is from a
Joe
far
Biden today.
away, it might be adding color
Repeat
that's not
that?
actually there.
I've
It may
I
be.
adopted the attitude of a great Negro.
So the image
Not Nick
that
Rowe,
asking people to look
Nick.
at might not actually
No.
be an accurate representation of the original image. True?
I,
It's
just
possible.
for safety's sake, am not going to comment.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Is he black enough?
Would it take
I don't know.
that was present? So the example I gave you was
He was giving a Veterans Day speech.
if you
He was talking about Satchel
add
Paige.
more black pixels,
It will add. No, it will not. It will not add any more detail than what is originally there.
but it's going to add pixels. You just don't know what color.
Or
Correct.
yeah. No, he's talking about Jackie Robertson. Didn't he? After no, it's Satchel Paige.
Is it more difficult to do that in situations where you're further away, meaning the distance from the photograph? The further the distance from the photograph, the more difficult it is, or the more pixels that need to be added to blow it up,
We're
right?
saying more distant from the photograph, you mean the object depicted?
Sorry, yep. So the object depicted in the photograph, the further away that is, the more pixels need to be added when you enlarge it, right?
Correct. If you wanted to enlarge it, yes.
And the more pixels that are added, the more availability there is for distortion in terms of the color in those pixels, correct?
Is this in front of the
In terms
jury
of the
right
color,
now?
it's possible.
Yes.
Do they
It's a
hand
cr-
out no-dos?
And would that be also true? Would that be true for the size? I think
Guy
I'm
looks like
asking
a
this, but I'm
frog.
trying to figure this out. The size of the image that you're trying
And you know
to
what frauds look like?
make
Frog.
make larger.
Frog?
So the
Oh,
bigger
okay.
the image in the photograph, the easier it is to enlarge.
Did they turn the frogs gay?
There's more information. There's more pixels to that are present to enlarge in that area.
Okay, so if I, for example, was if I had something on my clothing and you enlarged it, would that make the thing on my clothing more pronounced?
It may not. No,
Would it make it less pronounced?
it may not.
It may keep it the same even though the photograph is bigger?
It does not. Interpolation does not add detail. So if you are enlarging something on your clothing, all it's doing is making that image larger. The detail that may or may not be there is not added. You're not adding additional detail to that image.
You're just adding unknown information.
Yes. No, you're not adding unknown information. You're adding, you're interpolating those pixels and you're adding those particular pixels.
Right, and those pixels contain information.
Yes.
and that information contains color.
Yes.
And you're not sure whether or not how that color scheme works in that situation.
From Toxic
right?
Patch Co.
I do not know.
Okay. Sir, thank you for your time.
He says, "Look at me. You're my bitch now." The judge.
Mr. Kraus?
Do these programs add detail?
These programs do not add detail.
And how long did you work with this drone video, all told?
All told, I received it on Sunday, and I finished all my work with regards to these requests as of yesterday.
So you worked on it for more than 3 days?
Correct.
Would you have submitted a exhibit that did not seem to be consistent with the original footage?
Objection, argumentative. And foundational.
It is argumentative.
Did you make sure that if the reports that you identified were not consistent with the drone footage that you become familiar with, would you have produced them?
I would not have produced them if there was any information in there that did not seem accurate to me.
So you do compare it to the original?
I did not compare it to the original in this instance, no.
And what is this sampling that you talk about?
That's kind of bad for the first
bicubic
question.
and smart resize.
Yes.
Those are two different algorithms that use to interpolate that information.
So do these algorithms look at, so let me ask it this way. On a digital photograph, to make it bigger, do you have to add pixels?
You do have to add pixels, yes.
So if I take a photo from my phone and I want it on a 5x7, I'd be adding pixels to it.
You would be.
So this is something that's commonly done to photographs.
It is, yes.
Now, these algorithms, how do they know, to the best of your knowledge, how to add the pixels?
To my best of my knowledge, it depends on the algorithm, and that's the extent of my expertise on that.
So what is the sampling process?
The sampling process is looking at the pixels and providing more data to that file.
So it looks at the pixels and looks at what's around it, and that's how it adds the pixels.
That is correct.
So it's not just arbitrarily choosing colors to put in.
Not to my knowledge.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Sir, you never compared the photograph in front of you to the original? That's what you testified to?
I did not compare the original. I did my analysis on that original video, but I didn't compare them side by side. No.
Well, you were asked you wouldn't submit it if you didn't think it was a fair and accurate representation and all that other stuff, right?
Right.
The cop
But you
looks
never
like Donald
looked at the
Trump
two of
behind
next
him.
to each other to confirm that, right?
To confirm that, to compare the original to the exported file, no.
And I know Mr. Cross talked about, you take a photograph of your family or whatever and you make it bigger. Right? You're probably not as concerned in a family photograph that you're adding pixels and where colors are going as you might be in, for example, say, a homicide investigation, right?
That is true.
Okay. So making sure that the information that's added to these pictures, and the information is in the pixels, making sure that's accurate, that's an important part of your responsibilities, correct?
That would be, yes.
And you don't know how that happens in this particular case, correct?
I do not know the algorithm that's being used within the software to speak to that, no.
It's magic.
That's all I have, Judge.
Any question?
How do you know that the
It's magic.
interpolation is accurate?
Just based off the fact that it's a bicubic algorithm is a common algorithm that is used, and it's a sound forensic tool within AMP5.
And how long did you work with this drone video and the different images from it?
It's been asked and answered.
Yes, sustained.
You know how many hours you worked on it?
I would say it was approximately approximately 20 hours.
Nothing further.
Question?
I don't.
You may step down, sir.
We have no further rebuttal witnesses.
Any other evidence?
Judge, I would move that the exhibits be accepted and published as previously requested.
Any objection?
The same objection that I've noted.
All right. It'll be received and published. Did you have some for publication too, or was that done? That was completed?
Yes.
Okay. All right then. Folks, the evidence is closed, and I'm going to ask that you return to my, yes, you do. Go ahead.
Can we get the screens on?
Did you, hey,
What are they doing?
I think they're talking about dismissing until Monday, but I thought the prosecution had something else because they. Oh,
This is exhibit 155. And
I
now,
can't
please
tell.
exhibit 156.
Oh, that makes it so much clearer. Serious, what am I looking at?
No idea.
I'm hoping this is much
That's all
clearer in the court.
all right. All right, folks, the evidence is closed, and well, you know what? I want to talk to lawyers for a moment. I guess I'll ask you to step into the library for just a second.
So there's no approach to
And please
bench,
don't talk about the
please?
case.
I never knew they stood for the jury coming in.
All right, now, you have driven me into submission with your request to argue on Monday, but I'm going to extract something in exchange, which is a cap on the length of your arguments. I figure, well, first of all, just, we're going to do a more involved discussion on instructions and verdicts. Are there going to be any charges submitted to the jury other than what is in the information? Yes?
This table asks for that, yes.
How many additional charges are you going to submit? or request to submit?
I'm not sure if we finalized our request. Certainly on count 3 and 4, I think we've discussed on other counts, but the first degree homicide, first degree intentional homicide, we will ask for all lesser includeds. The attempted homicide to engage gross rights, we would ask for I believe there's only one lesser included. We are not inclined to ask for lesser includeds on the reckless endangering safety charges. At this moment, we're not inclined to ask for lesser includeds on count 1 to Mr. Rosenbaum, but I think we need to discuss that more fully.
Okay. Are there going to be any special instructions other than what you've already submitted and the 6th count affirmative defense instruction from either side?
I believe the state will be asking, we got to discuss this more, but I believe we'll be asking for the provocation instruction. 805, I believe.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, the reason I'm asking right now, I'm not going to hold you to this, is that I figure that the instruction probably will take 45 minutes, I would think.
To read them, the jury?
Yeah.
Yes, I would say.
I would say easily.
And so that leaves how much of the day, since you scared me off from tomorrow because you said, well, the jury will be worn out by the time we get there. So I think, well, I don't want to wear them out on Monday either. So if I'm going to be instructing them for 45 minutes or an hour, that takes us to 10, 10:30, 10:15 anyway, 10:30. So maybe if you were going to confine your arguments to maybe an hour and a half apiece, is that reasonable?
Very.
I'd request
Total time,
including rebuttal.
yeah, total time.
The state is going to need 2 hours for our primary and I'd say a half an hour for rebuttal, Your Honor.
You know,
No.
I had the good fortune to be across the street neighbor living across the street to the late Kenneth Grube, United States District Judge, when I was a lad. And Judge Grube is famous for his statement that the brain cannot absorb what the seat cannot endure. And if you don't like that advice, President Roosevelt, one of the renowned speakers of the 30s and 40s, when asked by his son for some advice on speaking, said, be sincere, be brief, and be seated. And so the message is loud and clear. Are you saying 2.5 hours to argue your case?
I'm saying that I think that the initial closing may take up to 2 hours. I'm not going to aim for 2 hours, Your Honor. Obviously, I understand that, but I want to have the freedom. There are a lot of videos, and we're going to be showing them. So there's going to need to be time for that. It's not just going to be standing up droning for 2 hours, but there's going to be time when we're going to need several minutes, I don't even know, probably 30 minutes worth of video that they may be watching at various times, which no one's going to be talking, it'll just be playing them. And I certainly don't want to be in a situation where our allotted time for closing.
Safety Doc podcast is correct. 100% correct.
We do an
It'll
hour
be too
and,
cold
10
for them to
minutes or
riot.
whatever to save 20 for rebuttal. I can't possibly.
But not too cold for MAGA
I don't know
supporters
what
to
the
get
result's gonna be. So
Jussie
I'd like
Smollett.
that, we can put a cap of, 30 minutes or something on it, but I don't want that to come out of the first closing period of time. And I don't want to be limited
I don't want to have to budget that right now out of that first closing time. So if the court is disinclined to go along with that, then I would propose an hour and a half for our primary closing, an hour and a half for the defense, and then a maximum of 30 minutes for rebuttal.
They should get no more time than us.
Well, they won't.
Okay.
They won't.
Whatever the time
No.
the court says,
Yeah.
I'll deal with it. I think an hour and a half is adequate.
I agree with you that, and you make a good point about the number of exhibits, and so I'm going to indulge total time of 2.5 hours each side. But with that, I'm usually pretty permissive when people go a little bit longer than they should. I note it to the jury so that the jurors can make their own, if they get annoyed, they get annoyed. But I just warn the people, but I'm going to be a little bit tougher, and I may tell you to just sit down in mid-sentence if it keeps going. No, seriously. And I did it to one of the DAs that in the last several sequences, and in mid-sentence. So 2.5 hours per side, and yours is to allocate as you wish. So we need to come back tomorrow. Tonight, you may send me your proposals for lesser included and any special instructions or the numbers of those you want. Well, let's get the jurors in, then we'll take care of these details.
Did they just lose audio?
It came in and out.
Yeah.
Now, is Kyle out on bail right now?
Yes.
Or bond?
Yeah.
And how long did they hold this poor kid for?
A long time.
Unfreaking believable. And for certain, the process is the punishment.
Okay, folks, the evidence is closed, and we're going to break for the weekend at this point. The lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow, and to get the case ready for you on Monday, and then I'm going to ask that you return at 9 o'clock on Monday. Even though the evidence is closed, it's still not appropriate for you to discuss anything about the case with anybody, not even with members of your household, not even with other jurors. Even if all 12 of you, all 18 of you are in the same place at the same time, you still can't talk about the case. And when you get back on Monday, you can't talk about the case until you've heard my final instructions regarding our law, which will take, I hope, less than an hour. I think that will be true. I think that probably closer to 45 minutes or even a little less maybe. And then we will hear the arguments of the attorneys. And they have graciously agreed that they will not exceed 2.5 hours in duration each, and may be less than that. And so it'll take a good share of Monday. And then the case will be put, well, then the procedure will be that we'll use that tumbler over there and we'll draw out names of as many jurors as are necessary to get down to 12. And then that'll be our jury that will go into deliberation. And then what happens after that is up to you folks. Any questions about this at all? We're in the final stretch. Please follow the instructions. And don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And enjoy the weekend and have a wonderful evening.
All right, it looks like we are done. Let me go ahead and kill this stream here.
Stream killer.
Stream killer. Killer,
So
killer.
realistically, we're talking about 90 seconds. If I've understood correctly, from the first shot of the whatever guy to the last shot of bicep guy.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
So, there was no force expert on either side that discussed anything.
They were supposed to be. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay. And
whoops.
A lot of this, unfortunately, you get the trial in fragments, and so in the closing arguments, they're going to knit it all together, and so the defense and the prosecution are both going to stitch every little detail together best they can to give you their impression of what they think happened.
Yep. If you guys want to thank me, there's wreaths that we're going to put on tombs of soldiers on December 18th, or where they are. I'm going to be in Pennsylvania. But if you want, you can go down below in the description and just click on the clicking on, I guess.
So that's the Cub Scouts or
Cub
selling
Scouts,
wreaths?
yes.
Yeah.
And $5 will go back to the troops. We are way down on money. Holy crap, are we freaking behind on money? Because a lot of our stuff is like selling popcorn and stuff like that. But due to COVID, no one's letting us stand out in front of their stores.
Oh, jeez. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, no trial tomorrow, no...
Oh, they got some lawyer stuff going on tomorrow. I'm not sure if that's worth streaming or not.
Yeah, I think it might just bore people out of their minds. And so we're not doing a show 5 o'clock, which was 14 minutes ago.
Yeah, no show.
So are you going to be streaming Monday? Is that the plan?
Yeah, I'll stream the arguments on Monday and everything. We might do a show on Monday because 45 minutes, so it'd be 6 hours. Oh. Maybe
yeah,
we'll.
They're not starting.
No.
If you do the whole thing, both closing arguments.
Sorry.
Oh, that was loud.
Dark Mavis with $1.99 refund. Okay. There is a link down below. Buy Wreath, $15. All right, go ahead.
So I think that's going to be like a 8 or 9 hour day starting on Central Time with the court.
Yeah, so it'd be 10. So we're probably not going to stream on Monday.
So Dark
we will stream on Monday, but no show on Monday.
So he's 60 cents poorer than he was.
Did I just super chat myself? Damn it. That's hilarious.
All right, so Jason King says if Richie McGinnis wasn't there, Kyle would be locked up right now. What is Richie McGinnis?
Richie McGinnis?
Yeah.
If you're talking about Richie Cunningham.
I don't. Oh, is he?
You know the guy from when
Happy Days?
Richie Cunningham? No, la la la. Uh, uh, he might be something.
He's the guy that interviewed him, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
Potsy.
yeah, yeah. That's right. He's the dude. The Daily Caller, even Daily Caller video editor. That dude.
Okay.
He's the guy that took the video, I guess.
Of
The whole
the
the whole
first
thing
incident, the second, everything. Wow.
of yeah.
So I'm dying to see. So definitely, John and I reviewed a video earlier in the stream. Mark Dice did a good video this morning. So if you're a fan of Mark Dice, check him out. Even if you're not a fan of Mark Dice, check him out. You see how all the MSLSD type news outlets are painting this. And it's what's shocking to me is here, I think, is a very simple open and shut case of self-defense. And they're painting it as some white supremacist MAGA guy went out with the intent of shooting into crowds of people, mass shootings into crowds of people. But I don't get it. Vigilante, but what is he vigilanteing? Is vigilanteing against the graffiti?
Vigilante against the guys trying to kill him.
Yeah.
He stopped the crime.
I just think it's an incredible. I can't imagine what what the prosecution is going to present that's going to prove their case beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Hey, Rich.
Yes, sir.
Before I forget, let me know about packing supplies,
Okay. Yeah, I printed the label.
and I'll send you the money.
Rokey doke.
My Ghost Gunner 3 is going to be fixed, yay! And then the JSD is getting a new one.
Uh-huh. So then I got to go to the Crumpy compound to get my lowers done.
Or yes.
Or yes. I got to pull up in my submarine into the moon pool. Is it the moon pool in the beach house? Is that going to be a 1-slot submarine or 2 slots?
Well, I'm actually thinking about just building a island in international waters.
I like that idea.
I'll have to swim out there though.
Well, you're also an Olympic swimmer, right?
No, I did some research, and let's say you build an island, but you use a ship flagged in the United States to go to and from that island. Then that island becomes like that. So you would have to get the supplies out there without using ships.
There is an island that's in dispute and has been continuously disputed between Canadian and the United States as far as possession goes.
Canadian, Canada, the United States. Yes, I know. It's in one of the Great Lakes.
And I guess nobody gives a crap.
Yeah, well, there's also a town in Canada though that's actually part of the United States.
Really?
Yes.
It's not like the Upper Peninsula?
Right, yeah, it's
Is that where Ted Cruz was born?
No, I can't remember what it's called, but it's one town, and somehow it was part of the United States from the War of 1812 or something like that.
Okay. Did
And
we march in and take it over?
yeah, and it was like the safest place during COVID.
Really?
Yes, because the borders were closed, and no one there had COVID.
That's crazy.
I do safest U.S. town during COVID.
Yeah.
I'll find it.
So, and I'll close with what I've been trying to say 2 or 3 times now is I hope it goes to the jury, and I hope the jury acquits him, because then there's less chance of people rioting along with colder temperatures.
Yeah, let me see here. Give me 1 second. Trying to find it.
I'm Googling disputed Canadian island. Hans Island, Wikipedia. Border dispute between Denmark and Canada. Maybe not the one I'm thinking of.
I'm gonna do town surrounded. U.S. town surrounded by COVID. By COVID. U.S. surrounded by Canada. Here it is. Point Roberts.
Is it like the tip of a peninsula or something? Ooh, somebody
Yeah.
had that.
What? Oh, somebody type Point Roberts?
Yes. Yeah, Walter Harrigan. Harrigan.
Yeah. It's surrounded like, I'll show you. And the interesting thing is when the kids go to school, they have to go through Canada to get to their high school.
Now, do they have to be vaccinated to go home? Because you have to be vaccinated. Good. So
I'm not sure how that works.
Makia Seal Island is in the Gulf of Maine and the Bay of Fundy, and that's disputed. Let's see. I don't know if there's area 20 acres. I don't know if there's any residences. Residents.
Yeah, here it is. I'll show you in the map. And then after this, we'll get out of here. See this little tip right here?
Just the tip.
Yeah, that's the United States. All this is Canada. Their high school is located like right here.
No way.
So they have to go up here, ride a bus to get to their high school.
So they're crossing the Canadian border twice.
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty nuts, though.
Yeah, that's really crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know that?
No, I had no idea. I knew about this island.
Or you didn't know about the town
peninsula.
that you would have to go?
Yeah, Machias Island. Okay,
Yeah.
and so I was kidding earlier. I do not have a stream tonight, but Dark does have a stream, and Dark is having P80 Ralph on. So
Dark always
take
have
look
a
at-
stream.
Dark always okay.
He streams more than
And-
anyone I know.
And how is this Dark's stream, but Dark hasn't been on it?
He asked me to do a stream for him.
See, I just don't think that's right. If Dark's not on it, I don't think it should be a Dark stream.
Yeah. Well, he asked.
Bonus
Oh,
question.
hey, okay. Let's see what the bonus question is. No island is worth coins or Canada. Okay, let's see what the bonus question is, and we're gonna get out of here. Probably just did that just to be a jackass. All right, we're gonna start wrapping up here.
Yeah,
If you
I
type
think he's
question-
just saying the bonus question is what we were talking about.
Oh. Okay. All right. Now, who's the person that is disliking every single one of my streams?
Hint: nuts a viewer.
Not
Is
a view.
is nuts intentionally spelt wrong?
No, I know who it is.
You know who it is?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's funny when somebody gets one dislike. It's like, oh, somebody's butt hurt.
They're getting rid of the dislikes.
Whatever, I don't care. My feelings aren't effing hurt.
Freedom Chick and Ink. Okay. All right, guys. We're gonna get out of here. Thank you for joining us. We've been
For keeping
on
us awake.
for 7.5 hours. I was on for 8 hours yesterday, 8 hours the day before. So as of right now, actually a little bit more than 8 hours. As of right now, I think we have stream. If we did 8.5 the other day,
We're at 7.5 now.
so this week we have streamed 32 hours.
Crap.
Since Monday.
Good thing you got
Monday.
that Amazon money. You don't actually have to work for a living.
Yeah, we're not going to be streaming tomorrow.
No stream,
What?
no show. Tomorrow's Friday.
Tomorrow's Friday.
Because Crumpy's a dead mother on Friday.
No, I'm going out. I'm taking my wife out to a dinner and a movie.
Nice. Ooh, yeah, actually, I got something coming up. Melissa Martz, Saturday, has an event. So Melissa Martz, who we had on the show.
Yeah, friend of the show.
Mhm.
Very good egg.
Mhm.
All right, Rich, go ahead. Do your
Plug
stuff.
away. So flyingrich.com, youtube.com/flyingrich, utreon.com/c/flyingrich, and Instagram is flyingrich_official, where I'm typically most prolific.
Hey, Rich. Rich. No, seriously, Rich, you're forgetting something.
What?
Yeah,
Lucy, you're pulling the football from me? What?
No, the channel. Who do you recommend?
Oh, crap! Son of a birch! You go. I'll get it.
All
How can
right.
every time.
You can find me here on John Crump Live and John Crump News. Read an article on Amaland. It just dropped. And go check out Walt Anderson. Walt Anderson, check him out.
Okie doke. I got somebody. Ohio Wolverine.
Oh, I like the name.
Yep. Yeah, wow. He's got more subs than me. 3.69 thousand subs.
Let's get
So-
everyone. If you're not sub to Rich, go to Flying Rich on YouTube and subs to him. Whatever.
Subs to him.
Ugh.
Ooh, and Swamp Dog is doing a video tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern. So take a look for Swamp Dog. And he's going to be doing Swamp Talk Episode 1, Whippersnappers versus Millennials.
Oh, well, that's pretty cool. Oh, by the way, Rich, I forgot to tell you. Why you look at me that way?
I don't trust you.
We're giving $50 to a $50 gift certificate for Dark's 2000 giveaway.
Whoa, cool, cool. So,
You know what the cool part about that is?
You already hit 2.
All right,
Hey,
guys.
John. Ha ha! You're gonna regret that.
I just removed your access. No. All right, guys. Honestly, I got one word for you. Don't trust anyone ever.
Ooh, ouch.
Loyalty is something that I respect, and sometimes when you think that other people are loyal to you like you're loyal to them, sometimes you find out that that is not exactly the case.
Unfortunately, it's not bidirectional. Equivalently bidirectional.
Nope, but I'm loyal, and I trust Rich. I think Rich is loyal. So the last thing I have to say to you guys is remember.
As he always closes with. And with that, I got